Good evening, everybody. You got double intro enjoyment tonight, so welcome. And you're welcome. It's round 2. It is Donington Park. For the first time in our Endurance Series, we have done a sprint round here, and it went swimmingly well. No, I'm not laughing, you're laughing. This should be good tonight. I think we've got 42 teams out there, which is going to be quite hectic on this circuit. It's pretty narrow. It's a very stock standard type of British track. Introducing our other commentator for this evening. Hello, Frank. How are you, sir? Which track do you think is scarier as a spectator? I don't think your push to talk's working correctly, sir. Oh. That's fine. Just go to settings and output. It might be in a different area. G'day Twitch. Twitch. I nearly said it again. G'day YouTube. How are we? What is going on? No go on Frank volume. Frank is super quiet. Frank is super quiet because he's not talking. So that's generally what happens. Thank you very much for the $35 donation, Dan Murphy. Frank's mic is in the other room. Is that better? Because I don't know what other settings I can improve. Give me 1 second, mate. That might be my end. Someone's pressed a different button. They can't... Actually, that's quite funny. They could hear you, mate, but I actually had you muted. I think they're telling porkies. You're perfect on my end, buddy. As Luke Fleming, I think on debut, goes pole. Let's just go down to the track. We are good. We are good. No, it'll be all sorted now. It's been a very interesting 38 minutes. These are the type of days I wish I was an octopus. So if you're unfamiliar with how our Endurance Series works, there are 4 qualifying sessions. The Pro-Ams and the AMs are classed together. That's right. So the Pro-Ams and AMs are classed together. Driver 1 will head out for qualifying 1. Driver 2 will head out for qualifying 2. And then qualifying 3 will be the Pro driver number 1. Qualifying 4 will be Pro driver number 2. And after that, we get the hamsters working, give them the little calculators, and they smash the buttons down, and we work out the grid order. Well, there's a tiny little rule change we've made because there's a possibility that there is rain on the server before any qualifying session. So if the rain does come down at any stage during qualifying, the grid order to start the race will be based on classes first in their orders. Then they'll be allocated and sorted by their overall race time average, just to make sure that we don't have all the Pro-Ams starting in front of the Pros before the race, because that may be a disaster.
I was very interested to see you didn't bring that in for Laguna Seca. Obviously not much of a chance in the desert to get much rain, but obviously shifting back to the UK, probably a good time to clarify those wet weather rules.
Oh, it just popped into my head because I was just fixing up the event JSON for tonight, and I've gone, actually they could get rain at any stage. What'll happen if it happens in the Pro qualifying? That may cause issues. And then yeah, I've come up with a rule there that mitigates that. But I would love to see some rain in qualifying. Are you a fan of Donington Park, Franco?
Yeah, probably is just a little bit. I mean, it's got a great Sector 1. I think you can obviously tell the sort of Sector 3 chicane hairpin is a little bit tacked on, but yeah, this section here through these fast sweeping and right with the undulation. A very good bit of racetrack, but I think Sector 3's just a little bit on the bland side for me.
Yeah, not a fan. Do you like the other layout, the national layout? Because that'd be even more bland.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just adding a chicane, and I've made my feelings known on chicanes in previous videos, especially in relation to tracks like Zolder, where it just seems like they've just used them a bit liberally.
Yeah. At least this one's pretty wide in terms of the national layout, but we won't be seeing that tonight because we're at the GP layout. There wasn't zero chance of rain at Laguna. It was just something that I didn't really consider, because just look at Laguna and think this place has probably never seen rain, doesn't even know what water is. That's how it looks. But here I thought, oh yeah, it's a fair chance that the precipitation might come about at some stage.
Sorry to cut you off there, Mullet. This section here, as we just watched Saxon negotiate the last couple of corners, that is off camber and downhill. So
it's weird, isn't it?
It's a very tricky part of the race circuit for sure.
It's stupid, if we want to say. Off camber is one thing, but down a hill, whew, just asking a lot. It's great to see so many teams out there again tonight. It's pretty tight up the top end.
Good to see Megan D once again up the pointy end. Less than a 10th Giardi, but it looks like he's decided to bail out of that one as he got it a little bit wrong. Jump on the current provisional pole sitter though.
Carrying over from her performance in qualifying one for Laguna Seca. I think she was in the bracket, even maybe gone P1. Testing the old memory, there's been a lot of races since then. But yeah, I don't mind Donington. I think it's a better endurance track than it is sprint. You kind of you've got plenty of places here you can let the blue flag through. You might not think it, in some sectors maybe not so much, but like through Sector 3 it's actually quite wide. And there's a couple of short little straights with big braking zones to let them through. But with anything, it's common sense and awareness. Some people lack both when they're focused on their best possible outcomes. Patrick Oliver has pulled up stumps. I think most of them have completed their qualifying. Anthony Susanna, this is this corner we're talking about. Currently 13th. I think he's not going to improve on that. And there we go.
You'd have to say one of the main characteristics of this track is either uphill or downhill, half-blind corners that are very, very tricky to get your braking right, especially if you're trying to get an overtake done at the same time. So I remember a race here not long ago where a lot of people were caught out by sort of that hairpin last corner combo and just missing brake points and losing a fair amount of positions.
It's great to see the Kudos have fixed this camera issue that they've got here. They don't have TV cameras in the pits. There's just a heli cam, or there's the pit wall cam you can look at, which is absolutely exhilarating viewing. Right, we're also in charge tonight, Franco, of writing down the time. So I'm going to go and smash that out for qualifying one. I'll leave it in your trusty hands for a second.
No worries, as we watch Johnson in the Bentley, very much at home here at the British Circuit as he tries to get his tyres up to temp before he starts attacking this circuit with his opening couple of laps. Very strong car, the Bentley, as we've seen over recent times, so be able to get a bit of a good time down early on, and he's also got the benefit of having a fair amount of track space in front of him, which is also handy.
Pretty sure he had a pretty good round for the sprint series just gone. Just noticed the deltas for the qualifying one, 63 thousandths between P1 and P2, 2 tenths between P1 and P3. So great to see that. The team doesn't exist. 375. Have you done much of Donington, mate, on AMS2?
Not yet. No, I'm looking forward if we get a crack at it a bit later on. As we watch Johnson here, as you can see this pit exit. Oh, he just manages to squeeze past. You notice a lot of the drivers will take that pit exit as the wide line into turn one, but you've got to be very, very careful that you're not going to run into somebody coming out of the pits, because they do have right of way in that section if they're on the left-hand side of that line. As mate tackles the first couple of corners here. So here we go, and now going uphill, trying to pick his brake mark. Try and not light the rears up on the exit. A little bit of a squirt here up until this uphill, mostly blind, and once again trying very hard not to light the rear. Now down this back straight, downhill, and putting on the anchors and trying to take as straight as line as you can without incurring the wrath of the stewards and extending. You notice there's a slight kink on this straight towards this hairpin. Now this hairpin, we see a lot of overtaking opportunities done, or setting up for an overtaking opportunity into this last corner. As we mentioned, downhill, virtually blind, and you're trying to hold on and hold off hitting the pedal until you can straighten the car up and back onto the main straight.
Good decent lap. That would put him only 17th if that was in the last session. Last session was baller, as you can, there we go, Stephen Tide, 27.4. That's the 10th best time tonight. Let's find Timmy Brook. I think he's making his debut for the Endurance Series on this side of the planet. He's one of our Americans. And the other Worn Tyre Trubisky goes 28.7. I see Cameron Farmer's in the sheet that I'm doing. Why are you doing?
Sounds like there's too many cooks in that spreadsheet at the minute.
I'm being watched.
Stay with Timmy Brook. Tries to take as much inside curb through this section as he can.
She's pretty hooked up, the Ferrari.
Yeah, you can see not as much spin at the rear as we saw on the Bentley earlier, so obviously a very planted car, the Fezzer. As I say that, absolutely loses it. Tried to carry too much, carry too much speed through the chicane, and saw the results. The rear not liking that at all.
Let's find an Aston. Gorowski? Yeah, you can see that pit exit. You can be very aware of what's coming, both as the car leaving the pits and the car on the track. Because in the race, the people leaving the pits have right of way entering the circuit. They don't have to wait for you, so you've got to be very aware.
Great use of the track there by Simon so far.
How's things going in your neck of the woods, mate? You still locked down?
Yeah, we actually have had a positive case in town, so luckily enough I've avoided the tier 2 and 3 exposure sites so far, but yeah, it's a bit nervy down here at the moment, but I do get my second jab in 2 days, so that's
good as well.
Positive news.
Yep, I'm happy to do it for you if you like, mate. It'll be a 18 gauge, are they big or smaller? I can't remember how the
gauges work reverse, so 18 gauge is fairly small. That's about.
All right, well I'll give you a 3 gauge. I'll let you pick the spot.
I'll point it out on the dial a bit later as we jump aboard as Stephen Ty.
26.811. Guess what the fastest time was last session? 26.811. Absolute bang on the nose. Exactly the same. So we might stay on board here. He's got 35 seconds to get another lap in. He's currently 7/10 down, so this is obviously an out lap.
He's also got traffic, which is going to be his biggest problem.
Yeah, he needs to push to get this other lap in, and also not too hard because you'll have traffic right ahead. This is proving very hard to do casting and put these times in. This is a job that I will not be doing in future. 959.
Yeah, I think Stephen Ty's unfortunately found himself in a very unfortunate position. I don't think he's going to cross the line in time, and I don't think that Nissan is either. No, he is done. So, poor old Stephen Ty, unfortunately catching the traffic and has caught himself out. Oh, that's a bit of a catch there from Reynolds in the McLaren. I think he took a little too much inside curb, bobbled it a little bit. Luckily enough, held on. So now he tackles the chicane. A lot of the inside on the way in. Pretty good on the way out though, so hopefully this is going to improve him and maybe get him a couple of spots. Very tight where he is at the moment. Only needs a couple of tenths.
Oh, he's about on par for his last time. Zach O'Reilly though has set the fastest lap. That's the fastest of the night so far. Things you'll have to see.
There we go, Reynolds will sit P8 in this session.
I'm not even going to bother search. So if you're wondering why the camera does that, it's because Kudos didn't bother making TV style cameras for this track anywhere near the pits. So we'll wait for the session to kick over.
Green light, go, go, go.
And we're back for another qualifying session. Qualifying 3, still dry. I don't imagine that's going to change at any stage. Let's go straight into Ali Kairoon's BDE Motorsport red car for 20. So this is the second round of 4. Next circuit we're at. Oh, that's going to test me. Hungaroring, I believe. And the final race will be at Spa. So we've got 1 round a month at the moment. So just a 4-round series. As that car behind just says, I'm out of here. What are you guys doing? Quite sure that's how it works in qualifying.
Obviously,
They're man possessed.
taking notes from Mazepin.
It's funny when they were talking about this, the stewards were being interviewed about the latest altercation that he's had, and they're saying that he hasn't been to the steward office half as much as some other drivers, and they said you'd be quite surprised who's actually one of the naughty naughties.
I reckon Lando's on a few points at the minute. He'd be a sneaky one for me.
Yeah.
Him and potentially Stroll, maybe.
You're a big fan of Stroll, aren't you?
I just think he's a terrific driver who thoroughly deserves his spot in Formula 1.
Ha! That's bullshit. I think he's come a long way, mate. I agree with you when he first entered F1. That was a bit... And he showed that he was much of a liability on track as Jolyon Palmer. Sorry, Jolyon Palmer fans out there, but I'm not taking that back. 616. There's no F1 this weekend, is there? Bit of a reprieve.
No, I don't think so.
What are your thoughts on the Qatar Grand Prix coming up?
Losail's, well, it's not the most interesting track in the world. It's probably a little bit better than somewhere like Yas Marina, but it's, to me, it always seems like a bit of a more of a touring car / bike track rather than, I think the Formula One's maybe a little bit too big and wide for it, but until we get them on track, we won't really know.
Yep. I've never seen the track. I don't think I've seen the track. Is it a motorbike circuit?
No, not necessarily. It's multi-purpose compared to somewhere like Assen, for example.
Yep.
Or Mugello, which is primarily a motorbike circuit. But yeah, I know they've been there a bit. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the F1 cars tackle it. But you know, it's another race in the desert. I don't know. Yeah, I think there could be other places they could be going, but obviously, sort of money and sponsorship all comes into it. As we watch Houlihan slot in less than a tenth behind Michael Young, who's currently setting the pace with a 26.9.
Great start there. As Houlihan and her, go dead evens. We'll start on board with Houlihan.
Meanwhile, race 1 winner, Philippa Makita, or half of the race 1 team winner, currently sitting down in P4.
How long does that last, mate?
This could go anywhere. You've got the likes of Houlihan, Herbert, Makita, and Michael Young all in the same group, in the same location. Could be any sort of order next 3.5 minutes.
So confident and comfortable through that chicane. This is a car that I'm going to be spending a lot more time in soon, mate. I know, I can't believe I said it, but got to put the Bentley on ice.
And any particular reason you've chosen the Porsche? Is it just something you've just wanted to do?
Rotation and throttle. So a big thing for me is how ACC's traction control and ABS work, and what they want you to do. They want you to be on the throttle as 100% as quick as you can get. And obviously, depending on the car, for me, it's a bad habit with the Bentley to sort of roll onto the throttle maybe a little bit too soon, exiting corners. So you don't want to, you can't go too hard at 100% early because you're already on the throttle and you're just going to understeer. So my habit is I've got to wait a little bit more to rotate and then blast the throttle. But in the Bentley, it's not easy said and done, a habit to get rid of. But the Porsche, you've got no much choice. So that was the reason behind that. But I don't have a rig set up yet, so it doesn't matter what car I'm going to be thinking about driving.
Speaking of driving, Makita now currently occupying P1 provisionally with a 26.1, so she's not far away from dipping her toes in the 25s.
Where's that to roll off? Alright, let's go on board with Michael Young in the Honda. A rare sight. Pink Honda as, yeah, that's quick. Makita 26.1, we're nearly into the 25s. Michael Young, a huge fan of Honda, probably has shares in Honda. Looking the goods at the moment. P2 now, again. Have you driven the Honda much in the past, Franco?
Only the initial one, which was absolute dog-esque garbage. Fun fact, in the OR intro where you see the old Castrol livery Honda, that's me.
Ah, that was a while ago. The old Castrol Honda.
You see it absolutely in the intro when it's being absolutely mugged and overtaken by cars, that is why.
Oh, it was all planned though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was for dramatic effect.
Yeah, we wouldn't let anyone drag you or knock you off track. Unless it was Scout, then you didn't have much choice.
Shout out to Scout if you're watching.
He's actually making an appearance in the steward's office tonight.
Everybody's getting 30-second pens in.
Probably.
You saw at the end of the lap there, Michael Young actually caught the back of the car in front, which I think sort of interrupted his run, so that he's going to settle for P3. Houlihan has taken P1 though with a 25.9.
Boom.
What can Bakita do with about a sector to go? Need to be absolutely dynamite quick. Some wrestling with that Ferrari. A little bit of oversteer on exit, but I thought smart enough and good enough to keep that under control. But not that time.
Whoa.
Great save getting it pointed forward after the chicane, but yeah, just pushed a little bit too hard.
I'll be back, mate. Oh, I'm jumping off comms for a sec.
No worries. As we wait for the seconds to tick over, as Mike smashes the abacus and gets the times in. So there you go. Houlihan, Bakita, Young, and Alex Bone. Great result for him up into P4. He'll be very happy with that qual.
Green light, show them what you got.
Shit.
There will be stint driver limits, not necessarily a stint limit though. As we jump on board with Sneakers of the JP variety. Sorry, this is John Sneakers. So this is the co-drivers for the pros to go along with their teammates who have already set a time, and that will determine our grid. So Mark's doing some stuff in the background at the moment because I'm currently looking at something resembling more like the Lego blocks at the moment, or Lego animation. But we will keep it going as everybody goes on their out lap. Very important to get track position from the car in front. We saw a couple of times so far during qualifying, a couple of the drivers just catching up to the guys in front on their fast laps, not leaving enough space. To Sean and all in chat, thank you for joining us for tonight's Enduro race as we ride with John Sneakers in the Bentley as he tackles turn one. Very easy to go, a little bit wide, you don't have a lot of runoff, but very well done there by John as he makes his way through this fast flowing sector one. Absolutely obliterates that bollard. I don't know if that's going to invalidate his lap, but looks like he's carrying on. Now through the uphill section. Runs it out onto the ripper strip out wide, and now he's got to brake. He's blind uphill. Try and hold off the accelerator and get the car straightened up, and then this run down towards the chicane. We've seen so far a couple of drivers already come to grips here, trying to carry too much speed. That Bentley, though, is very solid with the bumps. Now the downhill, brake for the hairpin, try and hug the tight line. And once again, back over this rise, and then you start braking for this downhill last corner. Track slopes away to the right as fast times start coming in. Sinikas he's put himself into P2. So not a bad start from John. See Hunter. And now Borg now. Good to see his name back up and about. He's into P3. Baldwin teaming up with Makita, I think. Yep, in the Ferrari. He's currently sitting P1 in this one. Now we'll jump down to Daniel Hunter in the Porsche. Got to say, this track obviously helped the Porsches a bit here because it doesn't have the big long straights that seem to be one of the Porsche's major downfalls. Top end speed not as much of an issue here as some of the other tracks. Nicely through the chicane. Now, he goes currently 1.5 off the back of Zachary Smith now, who's taken a provisional pole in this group. Yeah, apologies there, Malik. I had sound issues with my headphones. Yeah, I think so. I've gone to a bit of backup power to hopefully not have it run out on me again. Not sure what the issue is.
Oh, gee. We'll be back.
So Daniel Hunter currently sitting P5. Zachary Smith still on provisional pole. Yeah, Robert in see a car in the weeds there. It's a bit unfortunate. Robert is bang on point. This is a very British track. If you're going to say anything about this circuit. So Serpiel currently sitting P17. He'll be looking to improve that by a fair margin, I would have thought. crosses the line, stays P17. So there's a little bit of work for him to do there as we jump up the field with Jakey Baldwin. Baldwin in the team with Philip Makita. Sitting in P6, so want to jump up a few more spots. He wants to help that team get into pole for the race. Very nicely done there, run it out as far as he would there. As qualifying has ended, Zachary Smith currently holding provisional. Great run there by Jake through the chicane. Now he's just got to hook up these last two corners. Does have a little bit of traffic, but hopefully that won't come into consideration. Now, what can he do? He's currently 8/10 off Vaka Smithy. Can he claw that gap? Does, to 4/10 into P4. So now we will run the numbers and work out our final qualifying order.
Green light, green light. Go, go,
So
go.
we'll have a break for a few minutes while all the numbers get run. And then we will set up for the start of this race. Start to see some of the drivers heading out for a little bit of last minute practice, but if you're trying to get out and get practice done now, with a couple of minutes before the race, you're leaving it a touch too late, I feel. I will say this though, for Donington, it's got one thing going for it, and it's not Queensland Raceway. Oh, that's unfortunate. Steely said his driver's game crashed and defaulted us to the safe setup. You should be right though, if you're all back in now, you should be able to load up your normal setup for the race. So just might be starting back a bit further. Meanwhile, there is furious adding ons going up at Octane Racing HQ. It's still working out the grid positions for the endurance race. So we saw last week a lot of the actual, you would say, probably lead drivers from each of the teams actually started the race. So obviously last week's plan was to get out a gap early and then bring your change of drivers in. Wonder if we'll see something different this week, where might be trying to keep as much time up the sleeve at the end for some of the faster drivers, you would have to say. So won't be far away now from heading off. Wonder if there will be any weather as they roll the session over. Press 1 in chat if you want rain, or 2 if you want it to be a dry race. I personally think rain obviously adds an extra dimension, especially when it goes wet to dry or dry to wet. As Jezza wants it to be dry, but I think all of us watching at home want some typical British weather. Yeah, Lee in chat's got it right. The immersion's ruined if it's going to be this dry and sunny for the entire race. It's not very accurate, not very sim like you would think. So Philippa putting in some 1 minute 27s. You would have to say that would be on a full fuel setup. So say we'll be looking at the 27s for race pace. Just would definitely love some changeable conditions. We saw that in the F1s at Sochi, how much drama that added to the race. F's in chat for poor Orlando, who risked it for the biscuit, and yeah, it did not come off for him. Yeah, Malik will be back on the commentary box. He's currently adding up the times at the moment, so once he's finished doing that, it will be the two of us in the box. As we see Philippa dipping into the 26 in her practice, so some fairly quick race pace from Philippa in the Ferrari. Yeah, Malik got muted. He's doing about 50 things at once at the moment and does not have enough arms, keyboards, monitors and screens to do all of them. And I think he's using the back of a napkin at the minute. I don't think XL has enough grunt to do all the calculations he's doing at the moment. So while we wait, I'll ask chat the question: what circuit would you like to see in the Endurance Series? We know we're going to Hungaroring after this, and then finishing off at Spa. But what circuit would you have loved to see from ACC in the Endurance Series this year? Suzuka, Paul Ricard, Brand/Zolder at night, Spa or Bathurst? Well, we're going to Spa, so we will definitely see that in about 2 months' time. Monza. Haven't seen that for a while in any sort of series, I don't think. Can't remember the last time we raced there in ACC. It is a track that does heavily favour those with the top end speed and grunt, as everybody knows. So probably not the most balanced circuit out of the roster we've got. So we have a look at the gold Bentley of Alex Bone, or gold and black, I should say. Monaco Endurance, yes. I can't imagine. I mean, it's a good thing there's not much in the way of damage or car killing damage in this game, because Monaco would definitely murder a lot of front ends on some of these cars, as Oliver is taking the adventurous line, you'd have to say.
Auto. Right. I'll take things I'll never do again for $1,000, Eddie.
Is that hard drugs?
No, need those right this second. Please send to lockbag 9999 Crow's Nest in South Wales. G'day, stream. We are back. Well, I'm back at least. Franco's been covering for me whilst I've been smashing the keyboard, literally.
Oh, did you see
Yes.
what's just popped up on the race control, Malik?
Car 44 plays grip if I've taken on a car or not.
Is that the car we saw?
You know what? I don't think it was. Unless, I don't think it was a Porsche. I'm trying to find car 40 on my little list here.
Oh, I thought it was the white, blue, and fluorescent Porsche. That
Yeah,
was
there you go. Car 40's a Mercedes.
Oh, well then, yes, it wasn't the one that we spotted.
Well, that's just going to throw a few spanners in the works, isn't it? Things I don't want to see for fucking 8,000, thanks, Eddie. G'day, Jesse. G'day, JC. Finals Footy Fever. 10% off. Why would I get a message after? Wow, that is not how you do a track map. That's, as you can see, corner 2 here. Very treacherous because it's blind. You can't see anything. And what the hell's happened in the background? What is this shit?
I'm not sure, but I've got a track temp and ranked. I'm seeing a lot of jiggling going on there. This is looking like how cars get made.
I'll take things that I want to see for fucking 8 million, thanks. Oh my god, what a... I'm normally keep my cool. I'm normally pretty... But right now, I am not happy. What's this? This car, this... Fuck. Not gonna lie, if I could go to bed right now, I would. Because this shit right here in 2021 on a game that's been out for so long shouldn't fucking happen. Okay, that's out of my system. I am good to go now because I think we're going to have to restart this session. No, don't restart the server. Don't restart the server. I just need to restart the session and it'll fix up the whole contact thing. Well, I'm going to stay on this screen for the end of days. Don't start. Just let me do one thing. Once the countdown timer stops, let the cars move forward for about 10 seconds, then restart the session through the in-game admin commands. From there, it might fix it. If not, we can skip through the sessions. I just don't want to have to restart everything. Now, from here, it doesn't matter about the order. They might not have damage, but they may do as well. So restart the session. Or I'll do it. I can't even go to return to garage. That's a fucking good thing. Right. Is it as bad?
Can I ask you a question, Malik?
Yes, I did fix it.
Are you angrier now, or when Lando ignored his pit wall last Sunday?
Right now. I don't know. Look, I am on edge, so I'm going to call the start of this race because you might get some quality from me, or actually get lack of quality. Yeah. I don't know why this happens. Like, there's been a couple of grid issues. I think it was before 1.4 patch, but it's really rare. We saw this at the last endurance, was it? But only for this. Reminds me of the Fix Your Game vid Malik posted on Twitter. I can't even remember which one. There's been so many of them. Angry now or when Max... I couldn't give a shit who crashes into Lewis or who crashes into Max. Not my issue. Unless I was a steward. Then again, don't really care. Lando was more upset, Franco. Like, I was a little bit annoyed at the team for not overruling him because they'd have a lot more data than he was, and he was obviously red mist, wanting to just think he can get it done.
10 seconds.
What did we skip? It was fine, wasn't it?
Green light, go, go, go. Green light, go, go, go. Green light, give it all you can.
Well, how you going, Franco? Better than me, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm pretty chilled at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think your blood pressure's a little bit higher than mine at the moment.
I think this happened because there's no quali session
Green light,
overtime.
go, go, go.
But there was, though. That's the thing. It's on the server. If there's overtime for any session,
Green light, go, go, go.
it'll do that for every session.
Green light, go, go, go.
Vote for technical difficulties overlay with malt eating a pineapple pizza. You'll be watching me have a toaster bath, are you? It's a hard one to skip through the sessions as well because there's 6 of them before the race. So, Mark, are you meaning like... And that's another reason why I don't want that on there. And now they're cooked on the pits again. Do they have damage? If they have damage, then I will do something. If they don't have damage, just let it go. Let it go. Something never loved me anyways. I don't even know what the lyric... And why are there people in the pits? And... Oh my fucking Christ.
Well, that Porsche will definitely have damage now. And whatever courage is made of with.
Oh, I just want to cry. There's no point in skipping because it's fucked. Just...
So glad I'm getting paid overtime tonight.
I'm so glad I gave up my Saturday night to watch this. I may set the grid manually on the server because you'd hope that would avoid all the actual crap that
30 seconds.
yeah. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just yeet it into oblivion
20 seconds.
and stop the server. So sorry everybody for that, but I'm going to do something different tonight because fucking why not?
We're all jumping to Mario Kart.
Yeah, look, let's just go play Garfield Kart or Mario Kart or something, karting, who knows.
F1 race stars.
Might be laughing, but I'm dead inside, so it's all good. Session there. If you're on the server, just sit tight because I'm making a change. I'm not going to change that screen, Franco, because otherwise I'll just see black, and that's not what I want. Right, a second. Right.
Yeah.
So at least I can discuss the order now.
Yeah, or we could play Wreckfest with clean driving only.
Rightio. But no, I don't want to do it that way. So car 51, Noma Squadra. Noma Squadra? They're going to be P1. 218 car, that would be one of the Odyssey Racing. They are going to start in P2. Car 90, Sofa King Slow. They're going to be starting in P3. Good old Honda. 97 is going to start 4th. 245 is going to start 5th. And this game will never start. If we're doing all this now, Franco, we can just imagine what this start's going to be like.
This is going to be the cleanest, most action-packed start we'll ever have.
Can't wait. Did that kick over? Can you just see two beautiful cars at the moment? Is that all you can see?
I think I can see something that may exist in AMS too.
That's my background for this broadcast PC.
Yeah, I thought that may have been the case.
So what I'll do is I'm just going to load it up again. Two beautiful cars there. As I say, when it rains, it pours.
Some random dude's playing Assetto Corsa right now though. It's just come up on my Steam.
Twitch, tell us about your worst experience sim racing. I'll go first. You're fucking watching it.
Oh, surely the time where the actual server crashed halfway through the race. Surely worse than this.
No, this is worse because there was a couple of button presses and that was fixed. This doesn't seem to end. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create the grid order for the first 10 positions, and then you can just yeet us into delete us after that because this is going to take too long and I just can't be fucked. 9. 10. Okay, so I don't even care at the moment. Just join any way you want to. All join at the same time.
If you or somebody you know is struggling with their mental health,
Oh, mate.
please,
Not even kidding.
please call your local mental health helpline.
Green light. Go, go, go.
The funny thing is you might get wet now because it wasn't going to be wet. But because of the server restart, there's a slight chance that we might see a wet race. I'm just going to tell the stewards what I've done. But yeah. Fun and games till you win. Did you forget 964? As I don't even know. If you're anywhere near my house at the moment, that's not a bad shout because
Have we tried just making a 3-hour free practice session and just get everybody to form up on the grid? Loud Howard in chat offering the harshest possible retribution for the damage to Malik's mental health. He's going to write an angry email.
like I can deal with user errors, I can deal with making mistakes, but when there's stuff that's beyond our control that just kind of happens, like it's just frustrating. Especially when you're doing things and promoting a game that you get absolutely no fucking recognition for doing ever, or any thanks or anything whatsoever from anyone that owns develops this game. Don't owe you shit. Alright, I'm gonna take 2 seconds and I'll be back.
So while we wait and try and fix everything on this end, obviously this is going to push the race a little bit later. Still will get the 3 hours, but luckily enough in sim racing you don't have things to worry about like daylight hours and neighbourhood curfews. Shout outs to everybody behind the scenes at OOR that works on getting the community going, helps out with things like this. You know who you are. Thank you for the donations, Withers and De Murphy. Let's try and get our heads around these issues with Kunos and this game. Wonder if if anyone in chat can advise me on how tricky is that pit entry here at Donington, because to me it looks like it's a very sharp entry after that downhill left-hander. Yes, I'm yet to actually use the pit lane here at Donington, so I can't imagine it'd be the funnest thing in the world, as Don clearly illustrates. Alex Crawford gives a shout out to somebody who unfortunately didn't know which pit entry to use and found the invisible wall as we have a timer now. So there you go. Bakita, Washington, Young, Floyd, Holmes, Kai Rudin, Herbert, Bone, and Hignett and Miller. Hopefully this time we will be away.
Rightio, I've taken a break. So, did the thing that I changed fix it?
Well, we have a grid and it's counting down and it doesn't look like any cars are mating, so I'm going to say cautiously optimistic.
Rightio, excellent. It's funny, I left the room to go take a quick breather and stub my toe. And it wasn't the big toe, it's your little toe. If you ever stub your little toe on something, oh my goodness, it feels like the world's about to end.
You don't want to compare war stories on things you've done to yourself just before you're about to go call a race.
Oh, at this stage, mate, it's all downhill from uphill. It's all upwards, onwards and upwards from here. Famous last words. All right. Sorry for the delay, audience. Wind watches 9 kilometres an hour. Crosswind on the straight here. Lovely Jaguar is leading the way out, so the race director is going to be calling the grid order from 1 through to 43 teams we have out there. There's a car in the pits, so they've had all this time to ready up, but didn't, so that's unfortunate. Actually, there's 2 cars in the pits. Maybe that's a really bold strategy and one that will pay off in an endurance round, but yes, as you can see, a couple of Lamborghinis said, no, we don't want a bar of this. And who could blame them? Who could blame them?
May have taken the start of the attempted start of this race as an omen to be as far away from anybody else in the opening laps. So looks like everybody is lining up though, which is good to see.
I just wish we had a little bit of rain, just to really just do a little bit of sprinkling, a bit of salt bay on this cluster of the last 20 minutes.
The thing about this track is I know it's not run off like Paul Ricard, but there is a lot of real estate at the edges of the track, but it's just all grass and very, very hard to get back on track once you're out there.
After looking at the safety car, there's a severe lack of yellow on the grid. I think yellow is a great colour for a racing car. A little bit on this Bentley. Well, that's a significant amount, I'd say. But overall, yellow is not a very popular colour.
Would you call that yellow Bentley a banana boat?
Oh, you'd have to now. Oh, a bit of yellow at the back of the grid. So it's probably 3 cars. Well, this is sad. Couple of cars in the old pits. So yeah, big shout out to all our patrons. If you want to become a patron and support OOR, We will love you forever, in particular myself. Takes a lot of time, effort, blood, sweat and tears. Even if you're just in the chat regularly, liking the streams and sharing the love, appreciate you. No skins on the cars tonight. I think I'm brave enough to do it with team aspect. It looked great in the broadcast and sprint series for round 1, but it did add a couple of issues on the broadcast side of things that I wasn't foreseeing. Mainly with the replays being delayed at least 30 seconds for it to reload. And more about functionality and quality rather than just cosmetic stuff like that. So I took them out. And stuck
Still
toes.
comfortable to call this one?
Yeah, mate. I'm ready to go. So Porsche leads away from a Ferrari. We've got Houlihan, Bakita, some usual suspects. Zachary Smith in a Bentley and Michael Young in a Honda. So 4 different manufacturers on the top 2 steps of the grid. And we'll be ready to kick this off. We'll go on board with Samwise Holmes, currently P7. The delayed start, and we're away. Very balanced start across the board there. Lots of 2 wides. You do not want to touch the grass at Donington Park because you will become a piece of grass straight afterwards. Oh, at the front, looks like Bakita has got ahead of Houlihan's Porsche as they come down the hill into one of my favourite corners. There's a slight contact and push the Porsche wide. That's Zachary Smith's Bentley. Naughty little boy. Interesting rejoin there, but not much choice otherwise in that grassy section. So Houlihan's Porsche is a long way back to where they started. Maybe 10th. We'll wait to see when it updates. Other than that, there's a bit of yellow flag nonsense going on behind, but this is what we're going to see for quite some time early on here at Donington Park. You've got to be patient. Got to be patient. At the same time, as we said, stay off the grass. Just picture an old man on the front lawn of his house just yelling at you because you will pay the price. Houlihan has dropped to 8th. Not too bad, not too good.
Yeah, it was initially a great start from Houlihan. Actually managed to get the nose in front, but just lost a little bit of traction coming out of the second and third turns. Just allowed Bakita to sneak back in front into that sort of lightly heavier braking zone, and unfortunately then got pushed wide and had to go a little bit of dirt tracking. So all the work ahead of Ryan Houlihan and that team at the moment.
Oh, it would have been very sketchy in that car getting pushed wide, especially that part of the track where you got a lot of weight transfer and the grass is very slippery here and it's quite easy to loop, and the Porsche is extremely easy to loop around. So to get back on track safely, not spin, count their lucky stars, because it could have been a lot worse for the 964. There's a few little things going on in the background, but nothing too untoward. 515 cars right back. There must be one of the cars that started from the pits. Wait, what? 134.8 with full fuel. Yes, but I think you'll see that that's not actually fast. What were they doing in quali? 25s?
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing high 26s, low 27s for the pointier end of the field.
I think Marissa just getting confused with maybe a 24, because 24 with the full fuel is ridiculous. Let's just scoot up the front. Bakita doesn't need a second invite to run off into the distance as Michael Young goes fastest with a 27.3. So there you go, Maritz. That's pretty fast with full fuel. 27.3 there, Michael Young. Sofa King Slow. I'm sure you've all cottoned onto the name by now. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible with it. A leading Pro-Am team, the 414 car, Stephen Ty, sitting in 13th. At the moment we're on board with Race Sim Prince Ryan Duong.
Ryan's been busy lately in the SRO league for the Asia Pacific, so good to see him backing up and sticking with OOR as well.
Oh,
That was
wow.
a late break move. He's done very, very well. He's going to lose a spot, but that could have been a lot worse from Ryan there.
And to not go off track and still make the corner, very impressive. We're going to find about, I'd say 20-30 minutes into this race. I don't think it'll take too long. Wow, Geelong's gone deep again. This time he is off the track. Just a couple of missed break points. He's gone board with Paddy Oliver. Fresh off his debut win in OOR in a sprint series on Thursday night. He's in the Bentley and he's one of the boys in the hood. I do believe, I think Linton is his teammate. I can't remember. Either way, 21st.
Currently hassling the back of Clark in the McLaren in front. You almost saw him go right into the back of him there. A couple of drivers are just struggling with their break points, especially with cars in front at the moment.
Good save. Not an easy track to get an overtake on. This is why we like it for endurance series. It's just kind of a battle of attrition. Be consistent, be clean, get those pit stops done correctly. Opportunities will present themselves. As you can see, Hignet's Bentley is right behind. So we've got a big Bentley train here. And in this train, a bit further down than we expected, the 5 car and the 130 car. So lots of positions to be made. Even the 689 car of Lucas Dowd. And the Lamborghini a long way back.
You got to feel one of the one of the main advantages of the Bentley is the fact that it can ride the curbs through the chicane so well. So probably will be quick through the last sector.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So this is one of the Alpha Venturi cars. This is the blue one, leading the Pro-Am. Leading the 919 car of Ryan Green, who's another Alpha Venturi driver. Will there be team orders? I'm doubtful. There's 3.3 seconds gap between Ty and Green. You see they've got into the groove. And so far, so good. Been watching the sprint series. A lot of people are fairly impatient in the sprint series. Surprise, surprise. At this track, but it was also probably the first time a lot of drivers had a competitive race here at Donington. And when things kicked off in those races, they really did kick off. By the way, thanks for the $10 with us. Thanks for the donation before as well, Dan. Don't talk to me about food. Tonight I'm embarrassed to say it. No, I didn't have a pineapple pizza, Franco. I had a microwave meal, one of those roast ones, because I didn't have time.
Yeah, I think if you're going to have one of those microwave meals, you want your more rice-based. It's less potential for things to be bad.
Did I say Ty Green? I thought I said Stephen Ty. Who would know at this point in time what I say? But yeah, if you look at the track map, you can see there's a couple of groupings that are very close, and obviously drivers are very similar pace. There's one further back around the P34 mark. I think there'll be a couple of drivers out of position there pace-wise, trying to get through as there's a yellow flag off. That's 999. Regan Herbert, IB Racing in the Ferrari.
Do you like that red from this team, from Herbert? And
What about the wheels?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a little bit of work to do there, but it's not. They didn't go with red wheels, at least, I suppose.
That's what they're going to be doing next time. So yeah, 515 car and the 18 car started from the pits, so we'll keep an eye on those guys to see how they can filter through the field. The 18 car is actually a pro class team, so they're going to have their work cut out for them.
I think we just saw Houlihan get boned there in the background too. I think that Porsche's just pushed up into P8. Sorry, must have backed out of the move because I thought there was a move on there on the Bentley. But Houlihan trying to claw his way onto the back of the leading group. I think Bakita's got it fairly well in control out front, but as we saw it at Laguna Seca last time out, anything can happen and will happen late.
Oh, Laguna Seca was intense. Which car was it that got boned right at the end of the race? Was it this one? Was it the 964?
Yeah, it was Bakita got tagged, I think, at the corkscrew at some stage. I think something happened to this car as well. Was it the one where it went to get around a lap car and there was a car parked across the road just after the corkscrew? I think that's this team.
Yep. So a little incident. Anything that really happened on lap 1? Just side by side, got a little bit squeezed and paid the ultimate price for the squeeze. Off into the kitty litter.
And who could forget Jakey Baldwin and his pit shenanigans?
Oh yes. I should have that on a hotkey. The old 360 pit entry. Nick Miller's picked up a penalty for lap 2 incident. Let's just cycle through some drivers. So here we go, Bakita commanding lead for the Noma Squadra. Been showing this battle for quite some time. A drive-through penalty for Zachary Smith. Is that for track limits already? Zachary Smith, naughty boy. It's only on lap 8.
Got to wonder how many of those are chicane related. I can't think of many other corners you would try and extend and
so easy
get
to.
points.
So easy to. If we can see it now, 12 minutes into the race, Franco, I think we're going to see quite a few. So watch this space.
Well, as we see a car around there at the hairpin, I think it's a Bentley.
Try and find that soon. So this is the lap 2 incident with the 999 car. They end up trying to go 3 wide. No, not quite. Bit late into the back, yeah. That's all she wrote there.
Smart from the third car there, backing out. Knew there was trouble coming. Got right out of it. That's some pretty smart heads-up driving.
You're not wrong. Further, let's go right to the back and see how the 2 cars that started in the pits are faring. Car 18, second last. They moved up to 33rd. And what other car did I say? Was it 515? I think it was. It's the Alpha Venturi Black. Haven't picked up any spots yet. But we have lost 1 car, I believe. Or maybe that's the safety car. So that's all good. Lucas Dowd, LL Motorsport. I think we're going to see quite a handful of drive-throughs. Hopefully we see them early on because it'll spook a lot of drivers to take in the chicane a little bit more cautiously because it's not worth the pit.
That almost was something that we see quite regularly here is cars just getting squeezed as they sense an opportunity to make an overtake, and they have the sort of leading car come back onto the racing line, not realising they're there, and saw that in the sprint series round here, if I remember correctly. A lot of cars, some of them 3 wide through that hairpin, and yeah, it just does not seem to work.
Yeah, you've got to be very cautious of all of those around you. I think Benny Floyd is putting the pressure on Samwise Holmes. Kai Rudin is looking ominous as well. There's quite a nice little battle pack going on here. Herbert's covered off the inside. Nice little late move from the Porsche. Really tried to spook the 217. They nearly touch, but nothing doing. And surely we see Zachary Smith pit soon to cover off that drive through. He's in the pits. So there we go. It's a short pit lane here, but filtering back out. And he's got a penalty for causing collision on lap 1. That would be the touch with the 964. Setting them off track. So double banger there. Both self-inflicted. But one penalty dished by the stewards. But at least he's come out in some space. There's a mountain of space ahead of him.
Yeah, it's the only bit of silver lining he's got from his race so far. It's does have I think it's an Aston behind him, but yeah, he's got a mountain of track space now, but that is a hectic route once he catches up to the back of them, though. He'll be struggling to get through those cars if and when he gets up, but hopefully they can sort of gap him enough so he can get to the pit stops before he starts hitting this group.
Yeah, that'll be the goal, to try and break the gap, so it is currently 6.9 seconds. If you can bridge that before the pit stop, maybe an early stop to undercut after that is a good plan. But again, he's going to be mindful of coming back out into traffic as Neon 64 tries the similar little tactic, but this time the same result. And that's Alex Bowen, our fan favourite, the boy from Rapanya.
Yeah, he's defending really well at the moment, is Alex, but he's got to be feeling nervous. He hasn't had the best of luck lately, and generally not his fault, but something will happen to him.
He's due. He's Stewie due. But this just goes to show you, like, the 964 car started on pole position. Obviously filtered back down to about this spot after contact just through here on lap 1. Haven't been able to fight their way through the field. So track position is very, very important. And the gap's ahead. So Keat at 2.7 seconds. But Michael Young, 5.7 seconds ahead of third. Those front two are flying along. And Samwise the bottleneck at the moment. The cork.
And he's doing the old Yano Trulli train trick at the moment is Samwise Holmes. He's doing well. He hasn't looked like surrendering that lead yet, although he should probably surrender those wheels at some point during the season.
Maybe the next pit stop, please, Samwise. Just get to the weighbridge and we'll happily, forcibly remove them for you. But knowing Samwise has put another set on that are even brighter. It's got Ben Floyd, Ali Kyrudin, Regan Herbert, Bowen and Houlihan in this train. Sam Misson's right there too. Baxter's not too far back. So it just goes all the way down from 3rd to 12th. How far? Smitty's gained 9/10 already on that gap between himself and Stephen Tye.
That is a decent amount of talent he's got sitting behind him as well, so he can't feel secure at any stage. He's going to have to keep pushing and maybe talk to his team and look at maybe trying to make sure he gets the first pit stop so he can undercut the rest of this rest of these guys.
So ahead in the 51 car. 5-on-5 is the first blue flag car they're going to approach. I said about 20 to 30 minutes. I reckon we're looking closer to the 30-minute mark. Yellow flag in sector 2. Still no word on any new circuits being added to this game at this stage. Donington, one of the most recent additions, along with Snetterton and Alton Park. Which of those three do you prefer and why, Franco?
I'd probably have to say Alton Park would be my favourite out of the three that's been added so far. Haven't driven a lot of Snetterton, but yeah, Alton for me.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to agree with you. Much like our pizza choices, I do agree with you here. 964 is flashing. Not sure what that was about. Obviously not a sportsmanlike thing to do in our rule book in ACC. Maybe there was contact and Houlihan believes that he should be giving the position up. That'll be for the stewards to have a squeeze at, but at the moment Bowen holds off Houlihan. 5.1 seconds is the gap between 12th and 13th. So another 9 tenths that last lap. So just going back to those three circuits. So Alton Park is in the sprint series for the current season. It'll be one of our finals rounds. It'll be the first time I've ever raced an official race at the track on ACC. Really looking forward to it, to be honest. A lot of people were like very upset about it, but that's their issue. It'll add something.
I can understand it from a sort of overtaking and battling kind of point of view, as we watch a brave move from Floyd here going outside through the last, which is never really going to work just with the way the track drops away. I think he was hoping to maybe go outside and then into turn one, but yeah, with the camber of the racetrack, it just doesn't work like you can at some other circuits do the old outside in.
Definitely have a crack though. Just noticed this battle behind as well with Jamie Conboy in the 818. This is about the 10th off Oliver in the sector, so these two obviously battling pretty hard. But just back to the overtaking at Alton Park, you could say that about most circuits on ACC, is that they're not great overtaking tracks. Hungaroring's one that a lot say you can't really overtake on, Barcelona, but you can find a way.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to say that before we saw that move from Benny Floyd was, yeah, but it is very much a driver's track. It is fast, it's technical.
This Hungary?
This is Alton Park,
switch
sorry.
back there by Regan. Herbert gets the move done on 420. Sorry to cut you off there, Franco.
That's all right, and we see another move here. This is the Porsche in the background. Is Houlihan going to get the move on Alex Bone? Finally, no, but it looks like there was contact. And now, who's that behind? Is that Misson in the other?
It is.
Porsche? Also looking to get involved, but it looks like Houlihan has finally got the move done. I wonder if Alex felt like he made contact and let him and addressed a potential penalty. It'd be very interesting to look at a replay of that. I think Alex may have given that position up.
I think there's a little bit of contact too, but it's pretty more of a rubbing as racing thing there. They're too wide through the corner. It's a stupid corner too. Not only is it cambered the wrong way, it's downhill, and it's also blind apex. It's got a bit of everything not going for it. But I like that challenge. It's good to see that a lot of people have been practicing and preparing for this race. Those gaps for the lead though. Third is 8.3 seconds back. So ominous signs early. We'll expect some pit stops around the 45-minute mark, because the 45-minute mark will balance it out. The stops to all be the same stints. Some drivers like to go a little bit longer. I'd expect Bakita to go longer until she gets to traffic. She really does like a long first stint. Michael Young's probably better off doing the same. He's got a bit of space around his car. So they're just starting to negotiate traffic now. 51 is just up behind the 515. So we'll have a bit of a look, as you can see here. So 24 minutes in, and traffic to be negotiated. Pretty happy with my prediction, because I had no fucking idea.
Let's go back to Zachary Smith. That's the one thing he's got to worry about that some of the others don't. He's got that 10 seconds that's going to stick him in the pit, so as clear a track as he's got at the moment, he hasn't got a real idea of where he's going to come out relative to everyone, because he's got to serve that 10 seconds stationary.
Yep.
As we watch Makita quite comfortably get past a couple of cars of lap traffic. That's,
Tell you what, they've both done very well there. Perfectly executed blue flags. As Kevin Lee's technical issue, that wheel is dead. The whole thing might be dead. You've got to be very careful. You're on the middle of the track. Oh, I'm not watching. Oh, I'm not watching. Don't park there. Oh, this is not going to be good. Someone will collide with this car. If it's going to stay there for too long, wow, is it through the ground?
Yeah, I think it's dead. I think he's. I think this is a connection issue. This car and this person are no longer here.
Stewart's probably just kicked that car. Disqualify it. Disqualify it. Send it to the pits. Just to get it off the track. Oh, it's ghosted. Thank the Lord. Thank the sim racing gods there. Oh, nice little touch. Oh no, we just saw it off. Oh, that is big contact. That was great catch. Not for the driver involved, but yeah, so if stewards can do that, I'd disqualify 515 just to put the car into the pits. And F in chat there for that team. That's a really unfortunate thing to see in sim racing, but it happens a lot more than you expect or want it to.
So lucky that car was ghosted. We saw that Bentley just pull out of the line and just head for it like a homing missile. But we'll cut back to the battle, as these guys will approach that car very shortly. If it's not gone yet.
I think it's left the server.
Oh, it's contact there, I think. That's Floyd just getting into the side.
This is looking quite ominous. Bregan is flying at the moment behind, as the 420 and the 964 car go side by side. 964 is going to have the inside line. That's very close. Bit of touching. Oh, great battle. See if we can do this for a full lap, gents. Gets it through. Gets it done. So the 964 car slowly making their way back up to the front. Up to 6th now. Zachary Smith, an update on the 218. They're 2.4 seconds back from the 12. So they've nearly bridged that gap. About 30 minutes in, so it's maybe a little bit too early for them to do an undercut. Especially Zachary Smith's pace. You really want it out there as long as possible for this first stint.
He does have to react though to Floyd will have to react to go in front though, as he's going to make a move potentially around the outside. That's contact. That's very unfortunate. I think it may cost him position behind. No, he manages to slot in behind, but that was a very ambitious move and turned him very sharply into that Audi. Samwise, that's his view. He's very lucky he didn't get spun there by Floyd going into the side of him through the hairpin. Melbourne hairpin, I believe that one is.
It is, that's correct. Really enjoy this section. It reminds me of one of the old Toka touring cars games. The old Renault, is it the Renault Megane?
Yeah, Megane or whatever, however it's pronounced. Yes, so either the 2 or 3. Can't remember which one had this one in it first.
Yeah, this just reminds me of that. It was my first time ever driving at the circuit. Well, the graphics have changed considerably, but a lot of fun. They say to the classic games like that, it's better off to not go back to them and just see how to reminisce, because it kind of ruins it. Because they're probably not quite as good as we think they used to be, based on all the technology changes.
Yeah, there's it's weird. There's a bit of an era. I mean, you can go back to the sort of 16-bit pixel era, and it'll look the same as you remember it. But if you go back to the sort of early PS1, Nintendo 64, sort of early 3D games, and maybe just a little bit early for PC, yeah, it's not quite what you remember.
Oh, there was a game that I tried not that long ago. Maybe it was one of the Craymond Grand Prix games. And holy shit, it was terrible. But growing up, it was one of my favourite F1 titles. It's great to see how far we've come. In the back, is that a blue flag car? Yes, it is. We've done swimmingly well there. A skill in itself is a blue flag car. It's something you have to be aware and learn and practice. It does actually help your track awareness quite a lot. And race etiquette is everything in motorsport, especially sim racing. Jeff Kramer Grand Prix was the shit in the day. It was. I think it was GP2, the one that I tried. As we could just see up ahead, Ben Floyd's going to try on the outside. No chance of a move there. Sam Wise is defending brilliantly. Oh, Stunt Car Racer. The one with the loop.
Yeah, the one where you can make your own tracks. I've
yes.
got a copy of that. Do you want that?
Yes.
I've got that.
Yes. I can't believe that someone's actually mentioned that, because I'd forgotten all about it. And that was a game that I used to absolutely smash.
Yeah, I played it about a year or two ago.
Is it terrible now? I don't care. I'll play it.
I'll hook you up.
All right. It used to be at the arcades as well, I think. An arcade version of it.
Not the one that I'm thinking of. But yeah, I think
No,
there's a free version.
Yeah.
Someone did a remake as well.
The old creator track. Very nice to reminisce there. Now, moving forward with sim racing, looking into the future, if we could make a prediction, is if Assetto Corsa 2 is actually on the cards for Kunos, or whoever else is helping develop it, and it is a game that they're going to look at being the be-all, end-all of sim racing. Well, a little bit of a tiny cut there, but I think they both went wide their respective sides, and Houlihan moves up. I think we could say Assetto Corsa is something the OOR is really going to throw themselves into, and if not, become our main sim at some stage. All fingers crossed, of course.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of things that will come into play on that. That will be, number one, what are the sort of monetary considerations that it's going to involve? Is it looking to go into that sort of more iRacing way of monetization?
Yeah.
Yeah, just, you know, how it runs, obviously. If it's going to be similar to ACC, that'll work well for us. But yeah, still a lot of questions to be answered about how it's all going to run for the new Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, well, it's a long way away, but it's just nice to discuss early as we get another bit of blue flag traffic. Ooh, a bit of a wobble there from Alex Bowen. Nick Miller's just got to tap out of this.
And that blue flag traffic's not helped Alex at all there either. And I think he's potentially going to lose a spot here as they run down to the chicane. Who's going to be the first to back out? Alex looks like he's put the squeeze on, and it's cost
the boy from Rapalje, elbows out.
Got them out wide that time.
He's had enough of being bullied. Awesome battles nonetheless. Lucas on board with Nissan. Not missing in the Nissan, it's missing in the Porsche. Missing the Nissan. Yeah, I hope that's the way they go, Lee, because ideally you'd want, in my opinion, a game between iRacing platform and between ACC platform. Something in the middle that you have like events that are ongoing and they rotate with different cars, different tracks, as well as having so many customizable options to create your own series and have official licenses in there as well, so people can really grit their teeth into it. If I could write a pros and cons list of all the games, it'd be lengthy. Especially someone that's been like an admin and an organiser of stuff, you kind of look at things a little bit differently. I think every single game does my head in, and every single game I don't mind.
Tell you what, Kyrune will be not minding the fact that Alex Bone is having to defend heavily at the moment.
Gaps
Once
here.
again, as he runs up to the chicane, as we see another move up into the inside
Switch.
point this time. Is he going
Beautiful.
to switch back through?
Sam Weiss might lose 2 spots here.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
I
not
think
quite.
This is why Floyd has probably been pushing this move, because he knows Houlihan's coming. He wanted to probably.
Oh
get
no,
that
then
done.
he's gone too deep.
Oh,
he's
Floyd,
made
is
it
he gonna
work.
put it out? He's got to have to cover him off here.
So that move took many laps to get done. The majority of this race, they were that close together. 964 is now putting the pressure on Holmes. There's no rests here for Sam Wise. What could possibly piss you off about the F1 games? I love the sarcasm. Mate, that's a very short pros list, I'll tell you that much. iRacing's broadcast features are so nice. ACC broadcasting is awful. It just, yeah, the game itself, it looks better on ACC, but as far as like how they do the timing sheets.
Sorry to cut you off there, but Houlihan and I think that's Herbert behind. They're having an absolute ding-dong battle through the end of Sector 2 there. This is going to work out good for the likes of Holmes and Floyd, who knew Houlihan was coming at them at a rate of knots, and I think that's why Floyd was trying to be so aggressive, trying to get a move done, as Clark has just picked up a 5-second penalty for an infraction on lap 6, as we start to see if there's going to be some movement on some pit stops shortly, Mullock.
I reckon we're not far away, Franco. Pit lane is open and ready for business, but who's going to make that call to pit early? To pit first, as Patrick Oliver's picked up a penalty. I want to see the ability to add your own camera or TV cameras, yeah, up properly, not just the old. I'll do a demonstration right here. So obviously you can add a camera because all you're doing is going into free cam. I'm going to pick a tractor. Right, I'm going to do that. So how you do the camera would just simply be like this. So over in the sand pit here, as you look up the hill, but you need a computer for each angle, which is very resource intensive and very expensive to do. So yeah, I hope with iRacing obviously you can create your own camera angles. iRacing's got a few cons as well, but we won't go into that. All I want is just the updating timing sheet to be a bit more accurate and a bit more lively. Because once you get so far into an endurance race, the gaps you can see, like now, you just, whilst they wait to catch up on that lap, it's a bit awful. Let's just go down the order. We've given these guys quite some lengthy air time. Geog 130 car, the Racing Prince in a Pro-Am sandwich. Oliver's into 22nd, but does have 15 seconds of penalties. Zachary Smith is right now on the back of Stephen Ty, so he has bridged that gap in the window before the pits. What do you do, mate, if you are Zachary Smith right now? Because you might have the cars ahead, but you've also got that annoying 10-second penalty to serve in the pits.
I think you pit now rather than lose lap time sitting behind someone and try your luck at getting back out into traffic. I think if you stick out there now and just try and extend the stint as long as you can, I think you're going to lose time sitting behind the likes of Ty and Byron, who are having a fairly decent battle at the moment.
Pit delta here is obviously pretty small, but you're going to have to add the 30 seconds for the tyres and fuel change plus the driver swap. So he's probably looking at about 60 seconds for the pit entry swap. That's a horrible space to be. If you're the Audi, you're better off from just not being there at all or just going quicker. It can be quite daunting being a blue flag car, especially if you're not used to it. Ryan Green. Alpha Ventura Nate. I don't mind this livery. Probably the best livery on track, if I'm being honest. Thanks, Ryan Green, for that PayPal payment. That looks good.
There we see Zachary Smith has popped into the pits, so just as I suspected, he's not going to try and sit there and waste any time. We'll have to sit there for the longest 10 seconds of his life.
So now we see who is going to follow suit. You kind of don't need to worry about the undercut too much from Zachary Smith if you're up here, because he was probably 7-8 seconds back from this main battle pack, plus he served the 10-second penalty. But there's a big opportunity to maybe undercut one of those closest around you. There's Sato Nato, 10-second penalty for causing collision on lap 12. Samuel's getting mugged here.
Just hanging around the outside, got great drive out of the hairpin and has made the move done into the last corner. So it's now up to Holmes, who really should be looking at maybe potentially getting an undercut done on Houlihan and Floyd, as they're both around again. Floyd has skipped out a little bit thanks to these two having a fight.
Ahead is the Satu car that started in the pits. Moves over. Oh, he nearly goes a little bit wide himself.
Yeah, I thought he was almost going to come into the side of Samwise there. Samwise still looking to potentially get a move done again as there's some more traffic up ahead.
This will be ongoing now for the rest of the race, now that the field's spread out. 42 cars here at Donington Park. Just back to the iRacing v ACC stuff. Now, as far as the way the games are to be bought, now what's your preferred method? For me personally, I don't mind buying the game if it comes with a certain amount of tracks, cars and stuff. And I don't mind paying for DLC if it's stuff you can use at any time. That's the thing I don't like about iRacing is, yes, you can buy the content and it's pretty expensive, but you also need an iRacing subscription to use it. Now that's the part I just don't agree with in this day and age. Because what, they're $18 a car. Or as a track, I can't remember. Either way, it's expensive as, just watch the car come out of the pits there.
Yeah, I think the pricing model needs to be looked at. I think you want to be making it as cheap as possible. I mean, iRacing obviously has its thing where it, has all the supports all the servers and keeps things running that side. I think ACC, if they can avoid having to, run the servers themselves and just let communities and events do that, I think they can afford to keep the cost to a minimal in regards to content. But it'll be interesting, as I said, which way they're going to go. If they're going to look at hosting the servers and doing all that, then they're obviously going to recoup the costs of running that through tracks and cars. But I think if you start pricing it comparatively to iRacing, you'll find it hard to convince people to move across.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I'm hoping not. If everyone can just meet the middle, that'd be the way to go. Like AMS2, for example, it's got pricey-ish DLC, but there's such active developers, and there's a roadmap, and you know what you're going to be looking out for. You know you'll be getting. I think people will throw money up for ACC. An example, like the first DLC, I think remember it was $22 Australian, which contained Bathurst, Kyalami, Suzuka, and Laguna Seca. And to me, Bathurst was worth $20. Like, it was just so well done. Some people might think that's expensive, but honestly, I think they undersell it. Even if the tracks are worth $10 each, that's $40 as his car smack bang in the middle of the track. It must have had a little bit of an incident. That's miles. But yeah, I don't know what you guys in chat think as your price point or what you're looking for. But obviously, you want the game companies to develop new stuff and add things to games, but then obviously it costs money. And us as consumers are the ones that should be forking that out because we're the ones they were doing it for. Well,
I think you should also allow the community to be able to create content, and if they choose not to charge for that content, they should be allowed to offer that content for your game. I think they need to be able to support the community if they want to supply their own content, and if they decide to not charge for it, I think that should be fair enough.
I agree, as long as that content is stuff that the game developers are not willing to supply themselves. If there's circuits that they're looking at adding due to licensing reasons, because licensing is obviously a big thing. This game would have a lot more circuits if it wasn't for licensing. If they're not going to add it, they don't want to add the cars or tracks or whatever, and they can do it without license, then yeah, let the community make it for free. Because it just grows your whole thing. But I do worry with that fact that if they do that, they might have like, okay, you can supply your own content, but we're going to charge you an X amount of money to use a platform. That's always been my concern. But AC, you can just do whatever you want, and it's pretty cheap. But it's just starting to get a little bit dated. Much like my mum. Shout out to my mum. Oh, Baxter and... It's not Alex Bowen, is it? Oh, Oliver Shoesmith. Too many Bentleys.
Is that Shoesmith and Bowen, are they in the same team though? I mean, they've obviously served their pit stops, so that might explain why they're down in P17.
Yep. Could very well be. We could find Smitty.
So, as we suspected,
is this
the
car?
cricket driver's just doing the opening stint, and then co-driver's now in getting their time up behind the wheel.
So this is Smitty's teammate, correct? 217? 12th after a stop. Got to be happy with that, consider what's happened. Thanks, Narcat, by the way, for the the YouTube membership. Oh, I think ACC looks dated, and I prefer the feedback on ACC. I don't think ACC is the best feedback model, but it's also personal preference and what you enjoy, and obviously what your budget is for your sim gear and your knowledge on how to set it up. Very important too. Ah, it's the 218 car, my bad. So Jeremy Washington is in the car now for the 218 car. And 16. Oh, still, that's got to be happy with that. Long way to go.
He's only just behind Clark too, who's also got to serve a 5-second penalty, so they've probably not served their pit stop yet. According to the info I have, no they haven't.
Drive through there for John Sneakers. Track limits, I'd imagine, as Michael Young pits. So we see our second drive through of the night. Both of those have been in the top 10. As Sneakers is flying down the order. Did he just pit?
He might be serving his drive through, but yeah, he's...
we're on board with him.
No, he's out on track and he's not having a fun time by the look of it, trying to pick his way through the traffic.
Oh yeah, you can't compare AC to ACC on different cars, but GT3s in this game feel better than even iRacing. The best sim game out there is Garfield Kart anyway, so...
I mean, obviously it's a lot easier to
This camera...
have, if you're focusing on one series of vehicle, it's a lot easier to make that the best in its field. It's obviously a lot harder when you're trying to make something that's got every class of car known to man, like your AMS2 or AC. But I think a lot of us just want AC2 to be this, but just with more than just GT3 cars.
I agree and disagree with that, focusing on one class, making it easy to do the right feel. Look at F1 Codemasters games, mate. That's all they do, and there's games that are way better with F1 feel. It's obviously the direction that they want to take or allowed to take. Obviously, Codemasters are playing a very fine line of being a simcade game, which it is. If they take a bit too much into sim, it'll be take away from the player base. If they make it too arcadey, will people that don't want to do esports. Squeeze
there just got squeezed onto the. That's Misson, who was trying to get past the lap traffic, but yeah, that was very, very clumsy and awkward from both cars there.
Corey Sweet is now in the car. Pit stop start. He's up against Daniel Hunter. They're going to continue this battle. Very late under brakes. Corey Sweet. Oh, it'll run out of space. Dan Hunter with the elbows out says, not picking on me at the moment, buddy. And drops right back.
And speaking of things going bad or worse, Sneakers has just picked up 10 seconds for speeding in the pit lane during his drive-through.
Oh, that sucks. But it happens, though. You see it all too often. Sometimes there's a little bit of anger there heading into the pit lane to serve your drive-through, and you overspeed, and yeah, you pay the ultimate price of another penalty. As if Guinness focus on what I see before. Yeah, that's what we were talking about amongst ourselves earlier. Is it would be great for this game to get the WEC license. That would just be a string on the bow and cover a few areas properly, and it'll just extend the life of this game massively, because at the moment there's not much else. We're expecting maybe a couple of cars. Whoop-de-doo. Not trying to be negative though, but we haven't really seen much content for a bit, or any thought of content. So I'd love WEC on this. It'd be amazing. McLaren of Charlie Mitchell in the meanwhile looks a little bit dinged up. He's getting his money's worth out there. Let's go balls. Anthony Sassana. There's not many Mercedes in this series. I'm going to say there's like 2, which is quite unusual.
You wouldn't have had that probably 2 or 3 seasons ago. It was a very popular car, was the Merc.
So up ahead, he's got the car of the 18 car that started from pits. 21st, they've got the 10-second penalty though, and probably need to pit. Oh, my wrist is really itchy. Oh.
About an hour on those tyres now, so they will not be feeling the greatest.
I was going to try and find Lucas Dowd. He's in a good battle at the moment. Ignoring blue flag penalty. Big naughty. Oh, Lee, you've got to try AMS2. You just have to. You set it up with your wheel correctly. jump into a couple of the cars that are the good ones on there and have a proper crack. It's nothing like Project Cars 2. Maybe some of the visuals are similar-ish, but as someone that's played a fair bit of Project Cars before he really got into sim racing properly, nah, it's so different. And I'm personally, after setting it up properly, I think AMS2's got a better handling model than this game. Similar-ish to iRacing. Obviously, a little bit different in a way, you've got to set it up, but I think it feels really good. Some cars better than others, but you're going to get that because you just are. They've thrown a lot of... The Caterhams was a random car that we picked one night, and it just feels so good. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Takes a huge big turn on Project Cars 2. But hey, we might scrap all the racing and just go jump on Project Cars 3, because they've done that very well. Have you tried that yet, Franco?
No, I didn't get the urge to download it after I saw the initial reviews on what direction they were going.
I've bought it and I've done 2 minutes on it. I just couldn't stand the menu, and I've already seen a lot of gameplay through Ulti, and it's just arcade. Like, I'm not about that life. If I want to play an arcade game, I just jump on Forza Horizons, which is a shitload of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to really judge what's a good or bad game to play, because I actually bought on sale the Crew 2, and actually just enjoyed playing that.
Oh yeah, haven't played that one yet.
The only thing I don't like about it is it added cars and boats, ATVs and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, other than that, you know, I certainly got my money's worth, because as I said, I bought it on sale for pretty cheap. As we watch Kefford just go a little bit wide through there, that's allowed Dowd to get through and get another spot. But I mean, yeah, buy it on sale, get your money worth out of it. Yeah, can't say it was the worst investment I ever played.
Well, that's it. If you get enjoyment out of a game, then so be it. I'm pretty more looking at it from a sim racing perspective against others. Project Cars 3 is the game without the pit stops, and I think it's without damage. I don't think it's got a damage model. Is that the game I'm thinking of? I know it doesn't have pit stop. It doesn't have really anything to do with racing online. Maybe setups. I can't remember. It's just a different direction than Project Cars 2. And the whole arcade way, like, they've already got... companies have already got Grid. They've already got Forza. Like, there's already games out there. And I think Forza do what they do very, very well. I've never played GT Sport because I've never had sim racing on PlayStation, but I have played... What was the main PlayStation game? Everyone's played ever. Was it GT? No.
Yeah. The original Gran Turismo from...
Yeah, okay. So the original is obviously a lot different than what it is now, but the original Gran Turismo is probably the only one that I played. And they did that pretty well. Project Gotham Racing on Xbox. Another fun one. Drive Club.
Shout outs to anyone that 100%ed the first couple of Gran Turismos.
The real MVPs.
They are the real heroes, especially on the endurance races.
Cam says the money that he would pay for Forza Horizon with VR, wouldn't care. Oh, that would be unreal. That's a very high quality scenic game. GT Sport, from a spectator point of view, obviously I don't have the time to look at all things in depth, but as a spectator, things look floaty. I'm not sure if that's because it's PlayStation, like a console type of thing, but everything looks a bit floaty. It's got a decent following though, which is great.
Yeah, I think the ease of which it is to get into it. I mean, you just got to have a console and the game, and that's it. You don't have to have a wheel. I can understand the massive appeal. It's got a fairly extensive history behind it. Sport wasn't the GT game that I wanted to to play on the PlayStation 4. I must admit, I'm very much looking forward to the new one.
Yep.
When it officially, because it's going back to the older style of game where it's more single player based, sort of more progression orientated. That's what I want out of a GT game, not necessarily GT Sport.
Nozick's has been the wars, but still third. But still third, Hawley. Yes, you've been in the wars, mate, but you're hanging in there. Just continuing on from Laguna Seca. Yeah, there's a lot of great games out there to play in the sim space. I think in this day and age, though, with all the available gear, as 420 makes a nice dive on Art Vandelay and gets it done.
Yeah, Art left a lot of room there for that move to get done by Borg. So different to see different driving style. You saw earlier that black and pink Audi was very eager to defend the line all the way into the hairpin. This time, just letting it go. Just want to stay in the rhythm. Don't want to fight too hard.
Which is the better of the karting sims? I've heard all but good things. Kartcraft. Kart's probably not in the good basket on AMS2 just yet. They were fun on Project Cars 2. But there is another one that we don't mention enough, Franco, and that's Wreckfest. It's just so much fun.
I mean, Wreckfest will always have a soft, but it's one of those games where you can just pick it up and play it. You don't need to have a wheel. In fact, I'd encourage you not to have a wheel because you'll break your wrists, especially if you have a DD wheel. That.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Kartcraft is a great game to play with friends, all in voice chat, and again, it's, you know, sim racing and arcade racing. You're not playing them for the same reasons.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
a lot of people confuse that aspect of it.
Because there's another game that I play a little bit of, and I'm not racing at all, but it's a sim game, and that's Beam NG. I'm not sure if anyone's played that title before, but if you want damage physics and have a bit of fun smashing cars, there is no game better. I had my brothers around my house the other night, and I showed them the game. It's a bit of a bastard to set up with the wheel, I'll be honest. That's probably really lets it down. But when you set it up, the physics on it and the damage is just hilariously good. If you want to take a caravan across a highway at 150 k's an hour and head on into a truck and to see what damage you can do that.
Have you bought I think it's called Automation? Have you bought that one as well?
No.
That's a game where you do actually design cars, but you can export those cars into BeamNG.
Oh, really?
Yep, so if you want a V12 that revs at 1600 RPM, that weighs 200 kilograms and is shaped like a lawn dart, then you can do it.
Nice. The only way to play BeamNG properly is to make sure it's on all realistic settings, like you can blow anything up. Auto, manual clutch, yeah, it has to. If you want to get the full experience out of it and just slaughter the cars, you've got to do it that way. Kind of like you can slaughter cars in Wreckfest, but without the seriousness of how the cars actually work and handle. Speaking of work, Daniel Sandner is in the 919, putting the pressure on race sim prince Tyson Serpiel.
Looks like he's going to try and go for the over, but he just sort of lost the car mid-corner there and spend more time correcting it. Couldn't really put the pressure on.
Deep. It's one of those corners where you can kind of get away with doing that sometimes, because you'll be able to hold it inside line and make it very hard for the car to go around the outside. It's going to have a look. But yeah, covers off, and then it's nearly impossible to get down through here side by side without being binned.
Tyson, a pretty serious campaigner. He would have been well aware, even though he knew he went wide in through the last corner. Made sure he just covered off the line. So Kefford is currently sitting P2 in the Pro-Am class. Fluke in the Aston Martin currently leading that, and Kradich leading the AMs at the moment in P27.
I've been impressed with Kefford's improvement early on in OOR. Obviously, he's done a bit of sim racing. Seemed a little bit more fresh. But now, really battling higher end of the midfield, putting the pressure on the pros. They're currently sitting in P2 and Pro-Am class, and you can see right here, he's between Jacob Steele and Daniel Sadner. And not giving an inch, which I'd love to see.
Oh, there's a bit of a send there in the background. You just saw on the mirror, and that red Bentley of Steele got very large. And Steele...
Well, the wipers are on.
He's put the wipers on because he's angry about something.
Oh, I reckon he's maybe noticed himself on stream. Give us a bit of a wiggle of the wheel if you're listening to us, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob, give us a wave.
Maybe not. Maybe he just bumped the wrong button. I can't talk. I've definitely bumped the wrong button in the car before. It was called the ignition, and it was on Mistral Straight. Derp is me. Ultimate Local asks, as owner of very good load cells, what is the most important for pace and performance in terms of gear? I would say brakes, 300%. Your feet are everything. It's okay to point and steer. Obviously there's a lot of technique behind steering as well, but your feet drive the car. So a good set of pedals, something that you're comfortable with. There's a lot of different entry points price-wise to get decent pedals. Like you can, if I was the lower end of the top end, if that makes sense, Huskfield Sprints are the way to go. If you want to go a little bit further out, there's a lot of high level pedals you can buy. Thrustmaster have load cells, but they're not true load cells, and I haven't used them, but they don't look great. Fanatec V3s, another really good set of pedals. I've actually owned both of those, the V3s and Huskfield actually Ultimates. If you're lower in budget, obviously the Pentiometer is what you'll be using. But if you're upgrading from that, or upgrading from anything, I'd always suggest going with brakes first.
Just to add to that, don't buy anything thinking that it's suddenly going to make you 5 seconds faster. I think a lot of people make that mistake, that the reason they're slow is because they're using a G27 or they're using a Thrustmaster. A lot of the faster drivers in OOR, they're not on, bespoke custom hardware. It's just time, practice, and just, and sticking at it. Don't just assume that because you have not the top line gear that you're going to suddenly find 6 or 7 seconds when you do get it.
That's right. What it will help though with is consistency. And when you get new pedals after moving over from a Pentiometer to load cells or even hydraulic ones, true hydraulics, it'll take a little bit getting used to. Like, we all drive a car in real life, and some people can't really transfer that ability over to sim racing and vice versa. So it's all about muscle memory. For example, I smash a manual car in real life and race manual cars in real life, but get me in my sim rig and to do a full manual clutch does my head in. I just can't get my head around it. So I'm having to set it up like my actual car to just get my head around it. It's a weird feeling. Obviously most of the games you play these days, it's such thing as paddle shifts is what most of you are comfortable with and familiar with. But yeah, you're not going to find the time just by buying the gear. You're still got to practice the right way, and you got to just teach that muscle memory. Philippa uses a rolly chair. She does. She has actually bought a rig, but I think she's moving house until she gets that move done. She's going to set it up there. Because that would be my next suggestion. If you are looking at really getting into sim racing, buy something to sit your gear in. Whether it's a proper seat or a proper aluminium rig. Not just stick them on the floor. One, on the floor, you're not going to get consistency out of it if you then move around. And two, the life of the pedal won't last as long because you'll be getting all the crap from the ground on it. And wear socks or boots. Don't sweat on your pedals. I did that with my very first set of pedals and they rusted. Nothing wrong with that, Lee. I had a cockpit with my G920. Looking back, I fucking hated that cockpit, but it got me into sim racing and it was something I could rely on. I just broke the darn thing. What do you use, Branko?
I've still got that stand 01.
Oh yeah, the light wheel stand, Next Level Racing.
Yeah, with a rolly chair. I am thinking of upgrading to a proper frame at some point. Just a bit like Philippa, just waiting to see what my living situation is going to be. If I'm staying where I am, then yeah, I'll probably lash out at some point and try and get back into proper sim racing. Speaking of, Misson is trying to get a move done on Shoesmith. He's got alongside, so just got to get on the brakes late enough. Shoesmith forced a little bit wide there, and he's got to be careful here because he's got two cars that can nab him at the same time, but Misson getting the job done. Does have a 10-second penalty though, so next pit stops, Shoesmith should get that spot back, barring anything unfortunate.
Nice little battle. Rob in chat says his sim rig is made of PVC pipe. I've seen a lot of rigs like that and they look baller. But that's what I mean, like that's still a rig. That's still something that you can sit your gear in. It's strong. PVC pipe is actually crazily strong. But yeah, you obviously got to know how to put it together and make it, because I don't think anyone sells the rigs ready to go. Nick Miller's buying a GT Omega Titan arrives this week. Lee Thorpe has one or looking at one. Mine's a Bitzer. Mine has a bit of everything. Mine has been around. I'll explain it in a second. So, a lot of the locals saying, for the commentators, Mr. Frankfurt, as an F1 commentator, what differences, similarities do you notice when you commentate for GT3 as well? This one's for you, mate.
Well, I mean, one of the main things is these cars are a lot more robust, so you see a lot of the drivers being a little bit more aggressive with their defending and their attacking note, is knowing that if they don't break a bit off the wing, they're not going to lose 2 seconds a lap. I think Formula One, you've got the aspect of things like your ERS management as well as making sure you don't damage the car. So circuits obviously are very different. You know, you don't get to race in places like here, although there are some similarities like Spa and Hungaroring. But yeah, it's more the attitude of the drivers, I think, and the fact that the F1 cars carry such an insane amount of downforce means that it's not as much of your car. You're not relying on the brakes as much. You're more worrying about your setup. And having enough downforce to make the corners, as we see. A move here as Shoesmith went a little bit wide.
Odyssey Racing going at each other.
Did not need another invitation. So, and I think Shoesmith has just got out. He's going to stick back on. Yeah, it's a great move there by Washington. That's not a normal overtaking spot.
So Oliver Shoesmith is the main man, the admin of Odyssey Racing. One of his prize recruits in Jeremy Washington's car just ahead. Would have loved to have seen him put the pressure on him, but you can't be taking your main man out. Let him go, let him do his thing. And right behind though, Baxter Hopkinson. Just goes from strength to strength, that boy. Where is he? P10. Bit of a Bentley train. I don't think it was team orders. I think Ollie would have made him earn the overtake. But I don't think he would have tried to force too hard to defend it. Which you don't want to do against a team anyway. Like, there's always a bigger fish. There's always someone faster.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Some drivers know when to pick battle. Some drivers will just race everyone and everything, no matter who it is behind them. But there are some drivers, and me myself included, we know when it's not going to be much of a point to fight a battle for too long, if it's just going to make you slower.
I agree, and I think a lot of people get kind of the red mist in these types of races, or get embarrassed that someone's faster than them, which you shouldn't do. Like, you just gotta. I saw that, Zach. I was trying to disguise the fact that I know you gave the order up, but it doesn't matter. You guys are a team. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want within reason. But yeah, it's a bit of fun. I forgot what I was saying, to be honest. So,
one man who's not going to be worrying about team orders is Baxter Hopkinson, who's trying to get a move done on Shoesmith. So Shoesmith about to hit some lap traffic. And just see Hopkinson lurking in the background there. I thought he was hoping those two teammates, in brackets, were going to fight each other a little bit as they pick their way through.
oh, I remember. It was red mist, and some drivers getting a bit embarrassed if they're not as fast. Like, don't be. Like, no matter what sport or thing that you do, there will be someone that is better at it, or someone's in a better position at the moment to succeed at it. You probably get more enjoyment of just realising that and proving your own side of things, whether that's be you want to aim for a certain time, or you want to aim for certain consistencies, or you want to aim for saving up to buy a better wheel to get more enjoyment out of it. Like, there's a lot of ways to do it. And sometimes over-defending in the long run will cost you a lot more, and you won't actually learn the right things. If it's towards the end of the race and you've been battling for third for the entire race, yeah, you defend. You do not give that up for anyone within the rule book.
I think in this instance, like Shoesmith, they're looking at that 10-second penalty Misson has, and doesn't want to suddenly find themselves more than 10 seconds back of the Porsche. So anytime they spend battling, it just gives Misson a bit of a sniff to come out in front even with that 10-second penalty at the pit stop.
Once you start driving against a lot of the same people in your region, you kind of learn the ins and outs of what they normally like on track as well. But that comes with a lot of practice and experience. So, for example, I had a race the other night with Cameron Farmer on AMS2, and I think we were within 4/10 of each other for 6-7 laps, and he just couldn't get past me on the straight because just extending the car's legs. And he didn't try and force the issue, which he kind of tried to. Anyway, he finally lost the position to Corey Sweet in the very first T1. Corey Sweet's 4 or 5 car lengths back. Just late braking, make contact. Now, it takes nothing away from Corey, but it's just the difference in the driver. Like, he's excited, he wants to race. It's just a small little short race. So if you're aware of the cars that are going to do that, you can kind of avoid more incidents. Corey cracks me up. His nickname's Ezekiel. If you ever want to talk to him, call him Ezekiel.
Is that a reference to something?
Fuck you, like Tony.
Okay.
You seen that ad? No? Or they meme?
Yeah, I have. I've seen the clip.
Yeah, it's so good. What's your name? Yeah, very funny. He says that a lot. So his nickname's Ezekiel. Another thing you should do is watch back the replays of your races, especially early on in race or qualifying sessions of the faster drivers, and watch, if you're looking for like pace tips, look at their lines they're taking and watch their throttle and brake inputs. If you're looking for racecraft tips, watch some of the really clean drivers that don't normally get in Barney's, and see how they handle certain situations. And just try and take anything you can from that. If you're really wanting to extend and learn, just watching others is always the best way to go. Never think you know everything, because there's always something to learn every day. And that's just a general life thing, to be honest. And here's one, and a great example. Donald, absolute legend of a bloke, just gets super excited on track and just overextends what he can do. Like right there, he would not have done that 3 weeks ago, or even 4 weeks ago. But here he is, battling it out in an endurance series after coming from the rookies. Makes me very happy. I'm not sure about the livery, but either way, we can live with it.
So JP's picked up a pen, and I think there was somebody with the drive-through as well that I think for Baggermans in the Bentley has picked one up, I'd say, for track extensions. Now Kefford's picked one up too. We were just looking at him just earlier.
Also, if you're learning racecraft and pace, we also now offer coaching in OOR. That is correct, Cam. Cameron Farm is one of our coaches. So 90-minute sessions, pretty cheap compared to others as well. And just a very laid-back learning environment. We've done quite a lot of sessions so far, so if you like that type of thing, we do offer that. Also, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Lots of great content on there, especially if we see a 48 car grid of sprint series at some stage.
It's amazing what you did with that eggplant.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a battle a bit further down the order. Convicts and Colonials. David Bartlett with Chris Withers. Chris Withers has done a lot of racing on a lot of platforms. He loves it.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's been here a long time in OOR, trying to put pressure on Bartlett. He's currently leading the AM class. He's about 9 seconds up the road from P2 Port Cranich.
Something near that halfway stage. Another question from chat for the commentators: with the obvious differences between, what are more differences that you know between them that most people don't? Besides the driver swap side of it and how you join the server and follow rules, probably tyre wear, fuel management. In some of these scenarios with the stints, drivers will have to lift and coast a little bit more or change a fuel map.
I think the main thing for me between sprints and endurance racing is, endurance racing, you've got to be able to think on your feet under pressure with your teammate. You've got to be able to communicate and sort of, you know, work out and look ahead and work out things and look at who you're racing. It's a lot more chess-like in its, especially towards the end of races where you're trying to work out your last sort of stints. Sprints, obviously, it's just you're going hell for leather by yourself. You're not really thinking about too much else, but obviously in the enduros you're constantly thinking about what do you do. Do you keep to the pre-arranged schedule or do you change it? Because as we know, not every plan that you make at the start of the race, that's how it'll go. You've got to be able to think and change at a moment's notice, especially, you know, things like weather as well.
Philip is saying that she forgot to give Jake Baldwin the correct tyre pressures, so his tyres are a bit cool, a bit under pressure. Currently the gap between P1 and P2 is 3.2 seconds. but a healthy buffer to P3. But as we saw at Laguna Seca, things can change very quickly. I wish the rain was coming, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any here.
Wonder if Philippa's game enough to tell us how many track extension warnings are on at the moment.
Oh, I reckon she would. Whether it's a true answer is another thing. Chat, for anyone that's still here on a Saturday night who's not playing New World at the moment, if you could only race on one night of the week for the rest of your days, what night would you pick? And this is the one that you're actually most available for, not one that you wanted to do, but you've obviously got work. What is your night of the week to race?
What would be yours, Malik?
That's a good question. It's like every day of the week for me at the moment, without the racing bit. It's really tough because I do try and keep a few weekends free just to take a break from things, because during the week it's flat out. It's a job, hours wise, but I'd probably still say the weekdays. Maybe a Wednesday night or a Thursday night would be ideal. I like Fridays. I then have Saturday and Sunday off. Fridays would be good, but again, not many people would say Friday. Friday or Saturday for me is always usually, come on, let's go just have a bit of fun on this game. Like muck around. Nothing serious. But yeah, it's Andrew O'Hara says Saturday, yet he hasn't signed up for this series. He's fucking trolled us, mate. So who else has got a preferred day? So we've got 2 Sundays, a Tuesday and a Saturday. What about you, Franco?
Yeah, I'd probably say Sunday. Sunday's nice because you can do practice in the lead-ups that you can't necessarily do a huge amount on weeknights if you're working. Some of us, don't finish work until sort of much later in the evening, so it'd be nice to have it on a day where you can sit down and sort of get in the groove a bit, do a bit of practice in the lead up to races. So Sunday for me.
Yep. That's fair. We also haven't been doing much on Sundays lately. Excuse me. Because we haven't been doing F1. Now look, nah, I probably shouldn't say it, but if they don't sort that fucking game out, I don't know why we bother.
Welcome to the new game F1 experience. It does not change every release.
It gets worse. It's worse. Leagues can't even race.
Well,
I find that just staggering.
We have solutions to this problem.
I know, pick another game.
Yep. AMS2 has some pretty tasty retro Formula 1 cars. Just saying.
Yeah. To make the series work, though, if you did the retro thing, I don't think it's targeting the same market. You've got to try and target the same market, otherwise it's just going to be way too niche. It'd have to be similar, like money buy-in type of thing. So AMS2 could work because you buy the base game and you're going to get those tracks that we use. You're going to get the car. That's why iRacing, I don't think this doesn't work. You can do mods with AC, but I think that's just been done to death. But yeah, there's obviously things out there you can do to get around it. But will people jump ship? When you see massive leagues in the world, or any league in the world, say, no, we're not going to do league racing full time, but until they fix this desync issue, and they don't really rush to fix it, then you should be boycotting that shit. Like, don't buy the game the next year. But we all love F1 as a sport so much. That's why it's just such a quick money grab originally for the first 3 months. People playing career mode, chucking it in the bin, and it's just like any other game you play, really. Did you buy it this season, Franco? I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, I've got finally actually. I finished the campaign, I suppose you would call it. Started going out and doing some multiplayer finally. You know, it's obviously it's changed a bit from the last game. The cars are a little bit more unpredictable, especially on the curbs this year, from what I can gather. But yeah, it is a shame that as we see a car absolutely get yeeted out into the right there. I wonder who that was.
Daniel Sadner. Oh, here we go. This is the battle for the lead. Jake Baldwin is now right under pressure from the Honda of Stefano Rasciuti as they come up to the chicane. That 3-second lead just diminished quickly. Maybe traffic was involved, a mistake by Baldwin. I couldn't tell you, so I'm not going to speculate. He ran out of talent. So now it's Rasciuti really putting the pressure on. That last checkpoint, 9 thousandths behind. But we're at that 1 hour and 30 mark, Franco, which means one thing only. Halfway of stage of the race actually means 2 things. Pit stop time.
Yeah,
Surely Baldwin pits early. If the pressures are bad, Rasciuti's gone in. I would have expected them to go in early, but they must have had a long first stint.
Yeah, that's a great call from Rasciuti though. Those Jacob Baldwin, it is maybe those tyres being the wrong temp, can't lean on them as much as what Rasciuti can do. But if Rasciuti feels like he's not going to get a move done early, this is a great opportunity to get a bit of an undercut done while Baldwin is struggling on those tyres.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to box.
And for those who were asking earlier what the difference is, it's things like that, things that they probably weren't thinking of pitting at the 1 hour 30 mark, but sensing where the race was and the opportunity they have, they've obviously made that call to come in a bit early.
Car 90 has left the pit box, so we'll try and keep half an eye on that, because do you think car 51 will try and cover that off, or they'll just stay out and just do their thing?
Well, Philip was probably saying, nah, it's all good, run as long as you can. But again, if that's
the case, Franco, they can't complain about the tyres being out of whack, because that's also a strat call. So if they say they lost all this time because of tyres, they do have a chance to pit. You just have to change your stints out. So we'll soon find out what happens, because they don't come in this lap. They're in. Here we go. This is a game on. So we need a bit of this one.
So how much traffic does that Honda have? That's the other question that we needed to ask as well when they came out. Looks like they came out on some pretty clear track now.
Yeah, they've got 217 ahead of them, which is Oliver Shoesmith, who's got a bit of pace, so I don't think they're going to really hold them up. So a good stop, a good first lap out of the pits. It's going to be very close, I reckon.
Yeah, that car still stationary as the pink Honda approaches the Melbourne hairpin.
Very short pit delta, so we'll say drop off the box, though we won't be too. There we go.
I think they're still going to be in front.
It's going to be very close, Franco. Very close. It's gone board with Michael Young. There's a car there. Here we go. She's got. Oh, he's had heaps of speed, but just no track to use it. And they're lucky they pitted, because I reckon next lap they were done for.
Yep, that is for sure. But as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the pit exiter has the right of way. So as long as they had a fraction of that car in front of the pink Honda, and Bikita is back into the car, Hunter behind the wheel of the pink mobile. Hunter in the Porsche, sorry. Mick Young is now back in the pink Honda, so yeah, it was a good call to respond, and they've just got away with it. Hopefully they fixed up their tyre pressures this time, and Bikita can press on like she did in the first stint.
Yeah, they're going to put the pressure on for a couple of laps. If there's a driver you want with some space in front of them to drive into, it's Paquita. Loves it. She's probably going to have to defend, yeah, as we said, for a couple of laps. But she'll get those tyres up to scratch. But maybe Michael Young's got a bit in the tank. He's ready to go. I don't think their team name suits them anymore, because they're anything but. As Samwise Holmes picks up a drive-through. Car 245. So another one of those top 10s picking up a drive-through for track limits. Won't be the last, I don't think.
As we can see, I think Philippa's tyres are just about up to temp now. It's starting to look pretty comfortable in that P1 as they start to catch up to some more lap traffic, so maybe another chance for Mick Young coming up.
He's very good in this car, is Michael. I think he had a late teammate swap as well for this round. Kane Phipps couldn't make it. So it's just Stefano Rasciuti, the super sub, has jumped in.
Not a bad sub to get.
That's it. And I think Rasciuti's favourite car is the Lamborghini. So he's quite familiar with difficult cars to drive. But will traffic come into play here for the leading two provisionally? As Hunter does lead this race, but is yet to do the second stop. Convoy and Gaffor ahead.
And they're battling for position, so...
No, they're not actually. They're a lap difference.
Sorry, but, and there's another McLaren just come out just ahead of them as well.
So Jamie Convoy taps out, says off you go, Legends. Now it's Fahad Gaffor's turn to be shown the blue flag, as these two cars are very close together with a massive difference in speed. Oh, this is not going to end well. Gaffor gets past. Oh, this is a mess. An organised mess. Okay, they've done that pretty well.
Yeah, just forced Mick onto the inside line through that corner, so he couldn't carry as much speed down this main straight. So a bit of a break there for Paquita, who now leads it by probably just over a second once the traffic's been negotiated.
Gotta love all the marks on the back of the wing. Like, what actually hits the wing at that angle to make that?
Is it just rubber?
But I want to know how, like...
Being thrown up by the cars in front and just landing on the wing and bouncing off.
I don't know.
Or is it dirt from the front wheels? Just when they go on a bit of an extra...
But you don't think it'd go all the way up to that part of the wing. I don't know. Maybe it's not even a dirty race.
Maybe it's
definitely
like
tie rubber. And why is that open?
They've got a locust swarm going through around Donington at the moment. Have you ever driven through one of those, Molly?
No, I haven't.
It is one of the worst things you can ever imagine.
Well, what is it? A swarm?
Yeah, swarm of locusts.
It sounds terrible.
It is not great. Especially if you have a nice car and you like it a lot. You just grit your teeth and just hate the entire experience.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like fun. Well, what also is not fun is a drive-through penalty, as Carl Triple One's picked up one now. So that's another one of the top 10 teams that have had to serve a drive-through. Last one was Samwise Holmes, who dropped to 9th after serving it, which isn't a bad result, as Paquita goes the fastest lap of the race with a 26.7. flying along. Fastest lap for the 90 car is a 26.9, so there's only 3 cars so far that hit the 26s. The other one was the car 218. I think it was Zachary Smith with the 26.9. Let's just watch this chicane for a second. Let's see if people are taking it line-wise. This is where the majority of the track limit penalties will be picked up. I don't really know where else you can get a track limit easily. Do you know anywhere?
I'm thinking maybe running wide on some of the exits of some of the earlier corners through end of sector 2.
That's
But
a
as
cut.
we see one that's probably going to get one there.
Oh, that's a paddling.
Yeah, I think the rule should be if you haven't got half of your car on that ripple strip. I'm not talking about the green stuff. I think that should be an extend.
That's an extend.
That's an extend. That's okay.
That's
okay. That's okay.
It was a send, not an extend. It probably didn't pick up any.
Yeah,
Didn't
just that
gain
one
anything
there
from it.
where it didn't have sort of 2 wheels, at least on the black stuff. I think that should be just about call for a pen.
Or
So put that one there.
just put a metal pole there, fixed. They won't do it again after that. Obviously, these tyres were up. Were they here, perhaps, or were they actually in the middle? I can't remember where they're actually located, but if they're located here, geez, they've taken the beeline over that way. Fine. So now Hunter, the 964 car, still yet to pit for their second stop, lead the race, but they do have 2 more stops to serve, and they're in right now as I say that. Buchanan crosses the line 2.6 seconds clear of P3, which are then now P1, P2. And the 420 car, where have they come from? Keeping their nose clean, they're up into the podium positions.
Yeah, Kai Rudin, the Aston Martin, yeah, they've been quietly going about their work, and I think they've benefited from some others that have just been a little bit naughty with the track extensions. You know, they're just trying to pick their way through the traffic now. So yeah, as you said, they've stuck their way up into the podium. Alex Bone is another one too. That's
Actually, I'd say that. I think 964 is going to be clear of them. They're a fair way back. Oh, that's a look. Wow, I love that. Thanks, ACC. So they're just leaving the pits now. So yes, they won't be on the podium, but they will be fourth outright.
just gone over halfway, so still a lot of time for others to pick up track extension pens. That's the worst thing. You'd rather get one early than get one with 10 minutes to go, that is for sure.
Oh, definitely. Quite often you see drivers pick it up. A couple of quick pens, or a couple of quick warnings, should I say, very early on. We're talking like the first 20 minutes, and then the rest of the race they actually settle down and manage to still only have 2 better the race. I've seen that happen quite a few times. Do you reckon that'll be a deterrent for lap times if they pick up a couple of early pens, or does you reckon it helps them out just to kind of focus?
I think it, especially early on, I think it helps to at least you start to know where the limits are. What you don't want to be doing is, especially if you're not the one that's picked them up, is be sitting on 3 warnings with your stint to go at the end, battling for a win, because you want to try and, if you're battling, especially you're wanting to use all the track that you can, but you suddenly pick up a penalty and it just all, those last 2.5 to 3/4 hours just gone down the drains. Not a nice feeling.
We've actually lost, I think 3 cars so far from this race. Jamie Saxon in an interesting green. I can't quite think what it reminds me of. Like,
It's the Lotus Elise green.
yeah, interesting. But in 26th at the moment, chasing down 818, which is one of the Alpha teams. That's Jamie Conboy driving. But the field is very spread out now as we are well and truly deep into this race. An hour 15 to go.
Is that car 969 in the weeds in Sector 1? Or is it a very slow moving
I think it was this one. Nick Mellor, who's got a new rig coming. Probably can't come soon enough for Mr. Mellor.
Yeah, sorry, the resolution was not great enough to see on the track map.
I don't know why it does that on Discord. I just don't understand. Because as far as connection-wise goes, there's absolutely nothing wrong with my upload. So I'm not sure if there's some weird setting. I'll have to look into it. Red Rock Lime and Black Pepper Chips packet. Yeah. Ripart saying messed up the pits and actually had to return to the garage in the panic. Oh no. Hungary Ring's always great fun. It was one of my favourite tracks. It's probably my favourite track. I shit on about it all the time, so I think most people know that now. 219's picked up a drive through though. F in chat. Yeah, Hungary Ring's always fun. And the final race will be Spa. Thought we'd mix it up a little bit with a couple of new circuits to our Endurance Series. A traditional one and one that we usually do for longer races.
I'll tell you what people rubbish Laguna Seca, but it did put on a great round one for this Endurance Series.
Oh, it was amazing. How about a double header at Hungary? You want to do this one again? We need a street circuit on ACC.
Do we?
Look, what we do need, mate, is this three track combination. Long Beach, Macau, Monaco.
I would remove Monaco and substitute that with Baku. I think Baku is a great street circuit.
Well did Baku, yes. I love Baku. Baku is so underrated. Hello, Volcanic.
Monaco, unfortunately, is beyond its time limit. As great as a certain, traditional.
It's not wide enough now. Like it's
not even for Formula One, especially, but even these cars. You go to any sort of anything more than a go-kart on Monaco, and it's just almost impossible to pass and make.
Do they race anything else at Monaco anymore?
No, I don't think so.
That's just tells you money speaks, because that's the only reason why the F1's there. No other reason whatsoever. Whoa, is this battle for position?
3 wide, this is going to be a squeeze here, but no, McLaren just backs out.
That was battle for position. Formula E.
Because it's literally the only Formula One track he could run out without running out of power.
Formula E and Porsche Cup on F1 weekend. I'm probably more so meaning what's the weekends that aren't there if the F1 isn't there. So Formula E must be one. There's enough money there, so there's enough power points to plug those things into. But yeah. What about Baku?
Couldn't shut it down well. It's a great street circuit, but the country itself is a bit questionable.
Yeah, that's right. Because obviously a street circuit's got to be shut down to have the race. That's why you don't see it too much on GT3s. Put on as much money sponsor-wise in GT3 Sport as opposed to F1. That's why I don't see the Melbourne City Circuit at Albert Park any other time. Very keen to see the F1 changes they make there. They've had a lot of extra time to do it now. It's got to happen next year, doesn't it, Franco?
I would think so. I mean, again, it's going to depend on what the government restrictions are. I'd like to think that
Well, if they're doing this
if
whole...
everyone's vaccinated, they won't be forced to quarantine. We're talking... It depends on where they're going to have it. If they're going to have it at March, as we see a car parked the wrong way around. That's Bryce Meddings slowly making his way back onto circuit. Meanwhile, Bakita has extended the gap to nearly 7 seconds, so it was a good call to come in, put Philippa in the car. Mick Young just doing enough to hold on to P2 at the moment, as Stephen Ty currently sitting in P11 trying to break into the top 10.
I reckon he's going to get there.
Loud Howard asking about Adelaide and ACC, assuming he does not have AMS too.
Oh, Louder. I'm going to buy it for you, Louder, so I can get you racing on it, mate. So good on AMS2.
Yeah, because it's got the old version as well as the new version.
Yeah, you'd think with the Melbourne Grand Prix that based on the vaccination level rates that they're aiming for before Christmas, that if they hit that and they think about opening borders, I hope they don't open it too hardcore too early, because that's just going to still be shit. They still have an event like F1 on. Because I tell you what, the next F1 Grand Prix, getting a ticket to that, you're gonna struggle. They have to increase stuff. They'll probably even limit the tickets this time. I was waiting for Macau, but okay. Yeah, I don't think we'll see Macau anytime soon. There's obviously a lot of tracks we always discuss. Most broadcasts always mention Sepang. Love it.
Yeah, and I mean, Nordschleif's got, you know, as much as we love everything to race there, there's obvious reasons why hardly anything races there these days,
Yeah.
especially open wheel.
You can't have like GT3 styled shorter races at a track that long. Obviously for like 24-hour races it kind of works. But yeah, it's a pretty dangerous track. Turn 69 is pretty obviously bad. I couldn't even tell you what that corner is. How many corners does it have? It'd have definitely more than that, surely. Is it 16 kilometres long? Or longer?
Yeah. And it's still not the longest regularly used race circuit in the world, believe it or not.
What is?
Mountain course at Isle of Man is longer.
At Isle of Man. Speaking of lunatics, as much as I love motorsport and F1's dangerous and all, that stuff has got to be some of the most insane stuff you could possibly do in any motorsport. Crazy.
And, I mean, the professionals are crazy, but the fact they open it up to the public as well to race around on their own bikes is even more mental.
That's true. Nice little move there. I'm not sure if that was position. No, it wasn't. It was actually unlapping himself. Take that. Let's go Pete Viney. Puerta. I actually don't mind watching the motorbikes. I'm not a huge motorbike fan, but I can appreciate what they do. My uncle was actually a Australian champion in a motorsport field back in the day.
Which field would that be?
Cross country ones. I can't remember what the bloody class is called. But he kept that quiet for years. But you go to his house and he's got these trophies and ribbons, and he used to always rock up at mum and dad's house with on one of his bikes. Mum and Dad were always like, "You're not allowed to get one of these when you're older." Luckily for them, that my brothers and I just love cars. Pretty lucky for me as well too, because I kill myself on a bike.
Speaking of that, that lifestyle, good to see Mick Doohan's son doing very well in F3s this year.
Is that really? I've kept that a loop there.
Yeah, Jack Doohan, he's the son of Mick, and if growing up, if you had to look at your state of Mick's leg, you would definitely not be getting into the bikes.
Yes, Mick Doohan was an absolute legend. How many championships did he win? It felt like it was his series to lose.
I think 3 or 4.
I feel like more than that. It's crazy. Meanwhile, though, the 97 car of Kaizen Motorsport, they're right on the back of P4's BDE Motorsport Red. 5/10 separates them. And Zachary Smith, who's been making massive gains since his unfortunate lap 1 dramas, is 6.2 seconds back. Mr. Corey Sweet, how are we, sir? 5. What was the question?
I think that's how many championships Mick Doohan won.
Thank you, Corey. Very knowledgeable man is young Corey Sweet. He'll love me saying that. Corey, I have to come to your house one time to watch some motorsport on that TV of yours. Waiting for the invite though. 6, 7. Alright, so now we're just taking the piss. That's fine. Keep going. Where are we going to stop? Now they're answering the question of how many corners are at Organises. Don't reckon. Nice of Floyd to honour my retired number. He actually honoured it a long time ago, so that's great to see. Thoughts and prayers with Ryan Blair. Those that know will know. Ryan Blair, if you're out there, do some racing, mate. Come on. Not bad, one of those frustrating nights. I loved how he dodged my whole come and watch TV. It's not Netflix and chill type of shit, Corey. Come on, mate. Not my type. Sad noises and brake pads 1. Oh, yuck. Oops, wrong car. So can Ali hold off Mr. Floyd? Getting close to that hour mark, which means one more stop to go. The pit window is open really for that final stint. You can definitely do 63 minutes here in a tank, but you probably don't want to yet.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're probably going to run it closer to the 45-minute mark to go before we'll start seeing action in the pit lane. And interesting to see what drivers are going to be in the cars too when they come out.
Oops. 76.4 seconds back. Look, we could have though. Haha, it's the fresh pads. Yeah, that adds 45 seconds on top from memory still. How did you feel being back out on track, Mr. Henderson? Quite a competitive race overall. This battle is extremely spicy. Well, it's about to get spicier. Ali was super nice there. I think, you know, owe Ali a drink for how gentlemanly he was, leaving the space, opening the steering. Get him back, Ali. Thank you, Corey. I will rock up later on at some stage randomly. I don't know where you live, but I'll rock up at a few houses and see what happens.
For one of those you know, American or Brazilian F1 rounds that's on at like 4 in the morning or whatever it is.
What's that?
So you show up for the motorsport event, show up for the Formula Ones that are on at like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Oh yeah, yuck. Which is what's coming up soon. I don't like the North America, South America time zone for the F1s because they're always at a horrible time for us. Not that I don't like the races, as someone's going into the kitty litter to make sandcastles. I love Mexico track. I enjoy Coda. Interlagos is pretty good.
Well, Alico Ruden's not taking that move line down. Went side by side, but just lost the rear out of the exit. It's now got to do all the hard work again. Try to get on the back as there's a bit of a car park here onto the main straight.
What type of car park?
Kyalami car park.
No, you have to say the F word there.
Yeah, this is a Christian broadcast. I don't do those sorts of things.
About that.
I only use those words behind people's backs.
Still super right. Yeah. Still getting used to it again, but overall good pace level. Everyone has lifted, so it's fun. Oh, great to hear, mate. Kyalami always has drama. It's just one of those circuits, much like Imola. Mount Panorama, surprisingly, doesn't have as many as people think. It's normally pretty good. The only real drama is you get there is if someone loses the car themselves, and bang. But as far as like side-on-side stuff, you don't really see it as much.
No, but it's just very easy to block the entire circuit.
And that's what we like. So you might see a safety car called. MFD broke, caused us to have 1:30 seconds of locked controls. That is not ideal.
Yeah, if anyone who wants to imitate that famous scene where Gandalf says you shall not pass, just lose the car at either cutting or just after Skyline, and congratulations, you will stop an entire 40 car field of cars from getting through.
Oh, I did see something at Kyalami 9L last season where someone, maybe Brandon Dove, maybe it was Brandon Dove. So he was not driving at the time, his teammate was driving and he was spectating another car. And then his car came into the pits to do the stop. He didn't hit shift up, he was looking at another car. Didn't have control of the car when they switched over, and then returned to garage after that. And all he had to press was shift up to shift the focus back to his camera in his team's car, and he would have had control of the car, but he panicked a little bit and pressed return to pits. I've seen that happen before. Sometimes people are spectating the wrong car. Not saying that's what's happened, Steely. I'm just saying that every now and then something like that does crop up. Oh, it's deep there from Ryan Green. Min Ewan's going to have a bit of a look. Ignat's picked up a penalty. Going to go side by side into the final corner. Porsche's going to the inside line. Makes him earn it. And he doesn't earn it. Steely drops from 36th to 14th. Jeez, doesn't take much, does it?
Certainly doesn't. Looks like Ryan Duong's the first to complete their pit stop, so it'll be very interesting to see where they come from out of P22. The rest of the field's still in front of them to pit. As we mentioned earlier, that is a very long final stint for Ryan. And yes, as mentioned in chat, Houlihan is in the pits, so pull the trigger.
Is that they got one more stop to make, or not?
I think this should be their last.
Because they've done a really, really short stint there. Because they were out on the track with 2 pit stops left, weren't they? So they've gone stop, short stint, stop. That's what I can remember, and I'm sticking with it. I think we've seen 4 of the top 10 at some stage pick up a drive through the track limits. And that is Samwise Holmes losing the car over the curb. Doesn't completely spin, doesn't make contact with anything, just loses 1 place. And a lot of respect from his teammate and maybe his job. But other than that, fine. They pitted not long ago. Yeah, sweet. Maybe they made a mistake somewhere along the way. Or maybe that was just the plan to do a couple of short stints or a short stint. Not really sure.
It looks like Dan Hunter's in the car now. So they're down in P15.
Ryan Houlihan says in chat, I did a rookie error. Tell me, talk to us. What happened, Ryan Houlihan?
And this is, again, we bring this up that
brake pads one.
ACC really need to bring in a pit functionality to co-drivers.
Yeah. Just to help cue things that are going to happen in the pits. Because technically they're in the pits. Like they can organise that stuff.
Yeah, no, that's all we're asking. All we're asking is to, you know, set up the pressures and the brake pads and whatever and check the drivers. You know, rather than having the driver flick through MFDs while they're doing 250 heading into a chicane, we really need to take that off and put that on the teammates.
Exactly. Like there's a few things in the car that the drivers can change themselves, which you'd expect, but as you said, there's a few things that the person not in the car can do, like much on iRacing, just to get you prepared for your pit stop. Like I don't think the driver's setting tyre pressures in the car for the next set of tyres that the mechanic's going to put on. Yeah, they'll relay some information saying, yeah, I think we need a little bit more pressure. But, well, it happens. With the best of them there, Ryan Houlihan. But you're definitely off the Christmas card list for Dan Hunter. It's a very short list. He's a man of few Christmas cards. Alpha Venturi Blue Team. Box seat here for the Pro-Am win. Putting pressure on Benjamin Carude and for a top 10 spot. The brakes went that lap earlier, but I had to do one more lap so that Merv didn't exceed max driver time. Just squeezed it in. Imagine if it was at a different time and you had to do several laps to squeeze it in, or another stop. So maybe one lap's not too bad. G'day, Tom. As a steward, I don't think it's been as hectic today in this Donington race as Laguna Seca. Is that safe to say, stewards, if you're out there? Because I'm pretty sure Laguna Seca was fairly top tier in terms of amount of penalties. And if you can, as I said to a lot of drivers, if you can survive Laguna Seca, you're fine for the rest. Not as hectic yet. No, I don't imagine it'll be much more hectic now. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, there's really only one fairly large gap out on track. If you look at the track map, that's the one just extending from the hairpin, just going through turn 1 now. So yeah, the cars are fairly spaced out. There are a couple of battles. You've got Stephen Ty, who's trying to get his team up into the top 10, which would be a fantastic effort for the Pro-Am class drivers, for the Alpha Venturi Blues.
So we got all through the dramas of the start of this race, or the should say the gridding up of the cars. We survived Trampoline Gate 2021.
Like Mullock survived Trampoline Gate 2021.
I aged about 10 years.
Because I was a bit worried there at certain points.
I think I aged about 10 years now, so I'm only now I'm only 31. So what a battle though! Stephen Tite really putting the pressure on the Porsche counterpart, even though Tyre's not in a Porsche, he's in an Aston. Let's have a look at the right monitor, and he's gone deep as Benjamin Caroud, but he's still going to have the inside line. But Jesus, is going to be narrow. I'd be squeezing him if I could, if I was tight. He's going to get the move done. Great stuff there by Alpha Venturi Blue, up to 10th. Good respectful racing ball.
Yeah, there was a lot of respect given there, almost too much room, you could argue, especially through that hairpin, but these guys realising they don't want to cause any damage to each other, or they add any extra time to their final pit stops with an hour to go.
It's quite funny, still getting... So if any driver watches this back, this is a very important announcement. You don't need to type into chat on the game if you're retiring the car, ever. Because that actual information is irrelevant. All you need to do is retire the car. And if you need to tell anyone why you retired the car, just put it into the Discord chat. If you had tech issues, if you had other issues. But yeah, it's not mandatory to tell us in game because it just distracts drivers. Instead, please in chat let us know every single lap that you feel like you've done a good lap. Just tell us. Please don't. Please don't. Actually, call all your incidents out on the chat. Imagine that. I'm sure there's legs out there that allow that type of crap.
You very much know how that goes.
Min is in the sand. I didn't see what happened, but he was the one that was having a good battle for 12th area at one stage. Actually, sorry, I take that back. 15th with Ryan Green. Let's drop down to 18th. So F in chat there. As Greeny pits. I wonder if they came together. What number's Greeny? 919. I'm going to investigate. Franco, other than sim racing, what is your go-to game at the moment? What is the one that you can chill out on and feel happy with?
Chilling out at the moment. Probably Deep Rock Galactic. I would.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You were going to say. What about you, chat? What's your go-to title? Right, actually, you tell us in chat what your go-to game is, other than sim racing or racing. And we'll watch this Dinky Dory battle. This is Ryan Green and Min Newen. Side by side through the chicane. Greeny's backed out, and here comes a couple of other cars to join the battle and the fun. Mercedes around the outside. Greeny has just made a little bit of a meal of it. Collects Min, and around Min goes. Gets a couple more contacts, tries to avoid. It's just too many cars in such a small spot, and I think that's why they pitted. So F in chat there. Come on, tell me some games. Give me some games.
Just going back to that, can I just point out, I'm still playing it, but I have nothing left to accomplish in the game. Like,
You still enjoy it that much?
I still just enjoy playing it.
Because before we were sim racers, we were gamers. But we probably still are gamers, and we like gaming. Can you like sim racing but hate gaming? Do you think that's possible? I don't.
Yeah, I think you'll find a lot of professional drivers just like sim racing in their off time, but they don't necessarily play anything else.
But if you don't like gaming, I think you don't like the gimmick of sim racing, is it? They think it is. I think some of it might be mandatory for like simulator training, but Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 Shower with Your Dad Simulator is a massive shout out. Have you found my dad yet, Pat? I haven't. You can't play it. Don't have dad. I do, but he doesn't like gaming. New World Fishing. Oh, fancy dog on the boys, loudest Howard. Thanks, mate. Braden Ross says Sea of Thieves. I was going to say Thieves of Sea. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm special.
Have they solved the logging in issues with New World? Because last I heard it was 100 hours to get in.
No, it's not that bad. Not that bad at all. Put it like subway to just 2 or 3 hours, and most of the time you're just going to join during the day. Just don't join at peak times. They've extended the server sizes, but it counts down like progressively nicely. Like you can see, it is progressing. I think there was some massive issues in North America, but just goes to show the popularity of the game. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Who else has put a game in chats? If Howard doesn't join us, he's dead to me.
I mean, even queuing for 2 to 3 hours, to me, I'm not somebody that would have that sort of time.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. But it's only happened once. Normally, though, you'd know if you wanted to try to log in at 7 p.m. You're going to have a bad time with it if you're not already in game, especially on a Saturday where people probably join a bit earlier. Just go play something else. If you've got a time during the day, another day, or log in earlier or later, try again. Just go do something else rather than, I know what you mean, rather than just sit there in the queue watching at your PC.
Or you can come play some Deep Rock Galactic with me. Hit me up.
Alright, I haven't played it yet, but I might. There's just so many titles coming out soon. I'm a massive Far Cry fan. I'll have my new sim wheel hooked up to my PC eventually when I get this new rig. Wow!
Oh, that's a rejoin.
That's alright though. So when I get my wheel back... Oh, what the fuck? Samwise, that isn't the circuit, mate. Oh, I'm going to suss out what's happened there. So yeah, I'll have my wheel hooked up, so I haven't done sim racing for 3 weeks now, and I'm getting a bit itchy. So, I've also got Far Cry, you've got New World, which you've been playing, you've got...
New Battlefield.
New Battlefield, which has been delayed. Thank God. Thank you, Battlefield. It's actually a blessing. Because that's a game I'm absolutely... It's going to be sim racing and Battlefield, with a dash of New World in there. That's in what I think of in my mind, but it's been such a long time since decent games have come out. I'm not sure if anyone's like me, but I find to chill out on a game is probably the most therapeutic thing I can do. I don't... Sim racing's... I don't know. It's just going to be strange coming from an admin. But whilst I love it, sometimes it isn't therapeutic enough just to chill out on. Especially ACC, because most of it's really organised stuff. Maybe we need to do more Wreckfest and more AMS too.
Quite possibly. I have a question for you, Malik.
Yes.
Is there a game that you can just go back to and like you'll just dominate it and like you won't even listen to anybody telling you how to play it? Like, is there a game that you will just be able to pick up and just beat? It won't matter how many years from now that you'll pick it up.
Probably. I would say, off the top of my head, I don't get... Well, back in the day, I didn't get beaten on FIFA often. But that was all console stuff. If we're not going to say sport games, Rust is one. But again, it's a pretty toxic game. Look, you can't really beat me at Garfield Kart. trying to think of the other ones. Anything that's got like building in it. But normally those games change and evolve and have new titles, so it's hard to go back to it. I've got to try and think. There's a few games I probably haven't played for a while that I'm alright at. Skate 3, my brothers are better at that than me. They're skater boys. Said see you later, boys. What about you, mate?
I will always, like every sort of 8 or 9 months, I will always go back to Zelda on the Super Nintendo and just beat it.
Yep. Maybe a speed run coming up for you, mate.
Oh no, that's I've seen the history on the speedrun of that game, and it is jank. I'd have a better chance to not probably beat the speedrun, but another game on console, Double Dragon 2 for the Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
I can beat that, no problem. Like on the hardest difficulty, not on the easy or medium modes.
I think we're going back a bit to games. Mine would be Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas. I think I've completed those games 4 or 5 times each. Yeah, don't seem to get bored of it. Massive Fallout fan. Bit disappointed with 76 to be honest, but I think venturing
Not alone in that basket.
I think venturing onto online like the way they did was always going to be a bit, oh, how's your father? But I definitely prefer Fallout as a single player experience, and it's just so vast.
So, looks like for King Slow, they've finished their last pit stops. So they've come out in P3, and it's Rashuti behind the wheel. So you see Rashuti catch up to the leading car earlier. We'll see if he can carry the pace in this last stint.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that the Smitty or Bakita pits pretty quickly because the window's open. Make sure they cover it off. Oh, they nearly followed each other off track there. Which happens quite a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing how much you get tunnel vision when somebody goes wide and you'll just follow them for no reason. I mean, Rashuti's probably hasn't got tyres up to temp, as the shadows are getting pretty long on track now.
Paddy Oliver's just queued for New World. Things you love to see. Oh, someone said Roller Coaster Tycoon. I used to love playing that. There's a game called something hospital. Was it Theme Hospital?
Yeah, there was a Theme Hospital. Yep.
The old one. It was an old one. I can't remember.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
And I want to say late 90s, early 2000s.
And a game called Constructor, where you were building houses on the streets and having gangs and stuff. Those two I used to play a heap when I was younger. City Skylines is where it's at. Well, ask Paddy Oliver if you need help with your street planning on City Skylines. The man to talk to, Paddy Oliver. That man should be working in the Melbourne City Council and redesigning roads because he is insane at it. If you want a triple roundabout stacked on top of each other that goes nowhere, me's your man. Oh, streaming Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 earlier today. Huh. Well, there you go. If you played Roller Coaster Tycoon, surely you've always got to build that roller coaster that doesn't have an ending. It just launches people off just the once. It is hilarious.
Yeah, those games like The Sims and Roller Coaster Tycoon, it's for me when I play them, it's just a countdown before I make it until I start killing people.
Yeah. Oh, lost the car. I've just got my girlfriend into The Sims 4. And she's very particular with everything in the house. It's so funny.
Yeah, The Sims, I've only ever played the first Sims, and it's basically down to minutes by the time I'll just put a Sim in the pool and then remove the ladder.
I haven't done it in The Sims 4 yet, but I did it in Sims 3 and 2 a fair bit. Coaster Tycoon, I could always just build that really big drop into a ramp, and then it just flies off into the abyss. It only has its one go, and the final go, killing the entire car of people. And for some reason, that is funny. That's yeah, it is a rule. You got to have that one toxic roller coaster that kills your park. There was another roller coaster game on Steam, Planet Coaster. Geez, that's in depth. It was too in depth. I wasn't enjoying building the theme park. Oh, that's right. That's deep, and that is car 919 off into the kitty litter. Daniel Sander drops down to 20th. Does have a 15-second penalty though, so he will drop further. You would expect. But there's still a couple of cars yet to do their third and final stop. Up the front though, car 51 leads the way from car 90. I think these two teams started second and third from memory. Car 964 was on pole.
The super team of Baldwin and Bakita, they've obviously covered off Raschuti, and they are 19 seconds to the good, so they can hold on to those for the next 34 minutes. They will take up race 2.
I love that view in this game. You're just looking over the hill, see the other cars. There's such a drop here, you don't really notice the drop. We'll go here. See the drop down a couple of times. A little bit of elevation changes at the Donington. Do you like tracks with elevation changes, or do you prefer flat tracks?
No, I love parking lots. They're great.
How bad is Russia?
Eau Rouge is the most boring corner, is the worst corner in the world, and it's not good for racing.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Russia, I don't know, it's just got no character to it. It's on the waterfront, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the Black Sea, the Sochi track. I'll tell you what, if you want to go back further, go to some of the tracks like Caesar's Palace parking lot in Las Vegas in the 80s, Detroit, and the Formula Ones used to race there. I mean, they typified that style of circuit.
To be fair, Melbourne's pretty flat.
Yeah, but it's at least it's got trees and scenery and stuff happening, and it's got the city skyline. It's I'm telling you, go back and watch some of these old bracket street circuits. Although in a giant casino car park, I don't know if you can call that a street circuit. Yeah, it is even worse than what we have with like Sochi.
What they need is a Launceston Grand Prix, mate, because there's a lot of elevation changes in this city.
Yeah, they also need drivers to stay alive, so unfortunately that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to try and design one that, like, on a map, how it would work. What are most tracks lengthwise? 4K-ish?
It's basically time that they want them to be a certain time, but yeah, it's usually 4 or 5K.
Obviously Spa's a lot longer because the top speed's a lot higher.
That's probably the next thing for a sim racing game, where you can import the tracks from like Google Maps or something. Sort of like what they're doing with the flight sims, where it's all the actual world data is imported from maps, but you can import your own street racing circuits based on actual roads.
Flight seems like just licensed to print money, because all you're doing is flying in the air. Like, this is going to sound very, very weird. Oh, my microphone's turned around. Before I started sim racing, I was always into flight sim stuff, even though they weren't really sims, like F-19 Stealth Fighter and games like that. But they're doing the physics of the planes, they're doing the looks of the planes, and then they're just couple the airports obviously as well. That's obviously important, but it's like such a small part of the whole experience because you're on the runway for like bugger all time. But yet the game's like how many gig? Is that purely from the map?
The old ones, but the new ones now, it's all just live data from the internet, basically.
Yeah. Like it looks
So-
fantastic, but
Like, unless you've got a T1 connection, you're gonna have a bad time.
it's crazy. Like I could see myself getting hardcore into Flight Simulator if I didn't have sim racing. But I'm not going to be flying a plane anytime soon because I'm not allowed to. So I'll race buddy cars then. Do you know certain asthmatics aren't allowed to fly planes in commercials? Commercial airliners, I think. Or is it Army? I can't remember which one it was. Unless my mum's just trolling me since I was a kid. You can't be a pilot. 100 laps though, on the board. Speaking of 100. What did you want to be growing up as a kid, Franco?
Rich.
Didn't care what you did to get there? Is that why I got that account?
No, if even up to murder.
How did it go?
Yeah, unfortunately, I just keep murdering homeless people, and it's not working out. So, Zachary Smith bringing up the point that actual real life flying is a massive commitment in finances if you want to get there before you start actually earning from it. So, shout outs to anyone that does want to pursue that route. Hats off to you.
I want to be a helicopter pilot at the moment, but I'm not allowed to just at the moment.
I mean, a bit like Pat, I wanted to captain Australia in the cricket team, but I realised probably about the time I was sort of 14, 15 that I was just not good enough.
I should have been an opener for Australia. I would have played well alongside Michael Slater, my hero.
Guess who my cricketing hero was, Malik? And
Give me a hint.
well, I'll give you the big hint. He's pretty local
To you or me?
to you.
Ah, growing up, David Boone. Gotta be.
Yep.
Big
He was-
Booney.
He was my favourite player growing up, and I actually got his autograph on when he did a book tour.
He was actually a really nice bloke as well.
Now, I didn't realise how short he was though when I met him.
Yeah. Little man that can take a lot of beer. And can take a catch.
Yeah, he's the reason I always wanted to have Grey Nichols stuff when I was a youngster playing cricket.
Yeah, I kind of went Booney, Michael Slater, also Gray Nichols, and then I just like Ricky Ponting. Also, Dean Jones was one of my idols as well, as cricketers.
Oh yeah, as a Victorian, I love Dino.
I love the fact he could charge up the pitch. Yeah, 50-something cans, I think he was. Like, that's just...
Yeah, but if you talk to Doug Walters, there's conjecture about who holds the record.
Oh.
So a couple of my favourite David Boone stories is one time on a trip back, I think it was Dean Jones had to fly the extra leg back from Victoria to, because he was going to get off at Melbourne, but he flew on the plane with Booney to Launceston or Hobart, because Booney was too tired and emotional to be able to get himself off the plane by himself because he was the only Tasmanian on the flight.
Wow.
Don't know if that's true, but that was the story that was told.
They're all good stories at the end of the day, no matter what. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No.
He probably did skate. That's why I can't let him back here. Launceston.
It's always going to be Launceston.
drive through. Ooh, for ignoring blue flags. That's a bit of a, maybe it's a repeat offender. But just got to stay aware. See, Gafor, 21st got to drive through.
And just looking at the gaps, Rashudi's got the gap down to 18 or so seconds, but obviously not enough with 26 minutes to go. Alex Crawford using the phrase tight and emotional. There's actually a story behind that phrase, actually. In that a paper in Britain.
Back in a sec.
They were not allowed to accuse, they were a tabloid, and they weren't allowed to accuse public figures of being drunk in public, so they had to use the phrase tight and emotional as a euphemism so they wouldn't get sued. Rain, I don't think is going to be here, Smithy. It's a 0k wind, not a cloud I can see, obviously. Jakey Baldwin, he's on track. He's on track to take out round 2 in this 4-round endurance series. So he and Philippa Rashudi in the Honda, putting in a great effort for P2 currently, and Corey Sweet in the McLaren P3.
But for how long for? Can they hold on? Chuck on the sprinklers. Is that you, Bernie? Another ignoring blue flag penalty. The stewards are on point tonight. So in 6 hours' time, the Europeans are going to be going around with their round 2 at Donington. Pro-Am 234 within 3 seconds, says Tarquin.
And it's Kefford, McIntosh and Johnson.
We'll keep an eye on that. Very tight. Who's our leading AM class car? A 28 of Worn Tyre Tribe 2. Healthy margin down to their P2 and AM class. Looking at about 16 seconds. Bartlett and Wood.
Let's go to chat suggesting I'm the wish.com version of Bender Facts. And there's, I could retort with something, but it would be super duper mean, and I wouldn't do that to Borsco. Man suffered enough.
I prefer wish.com Bender Facts. I still want to do a Wishmas one year, which is you have a budget, say $20, and your whole family has to buy each other stuff on and off wish.com, but the budget's 20. Jeez, you'd end up with some shit.
It just sounds like Secret Santa with extra steps.
Oh, with more sex toys, I think. Bloody Wish. Some of their ads on Facebook are pretty funny. We were going to do it one year, but the family changed their mind, and Nat had a heap of stuff in this basket, and she accidentally spent $116 and bought it all. I don't know how you fucked that up, but anyway, one of the items in was a butt plug with a tail that she was going to give to one of my brothers. Fucking hilarious, and she ended up having to have it. But anyway, we gave it away to someone else, and it was still funny. Scared. Didn't you ask me for some tips, mate? I just hear jealousy, that's all I hear. Oh, this is the battle for the Pro-Am P2. McIntosh right on the back bumper of Kefford.
Be careful, Johnson is also on the just a second off the back, so if anything happens to these two, Johnson will swoop in.
There he is. He's ready to go. Gimme, gimme, gimme. McIntosh is probably looking the faster of the three at the moment. But it's all about cleanly getting past. 20 minutes left. Jake Baldwin and Philippa Paquita lead the way in the 51 car. Really, that one just painted the whole picture of the entire race. 964, 51, and 217. 51 slips through, 964 makes contact or gets contact with 218, and that's all she wrote. Maybe we just need to turn these endurance races into a 2-lap race. Imagine having a series of just that. Oh, this is going to be good. I don't think it'll end well, but it's going to be good. Lot of curb there from the McLaren. Gets really squirrely. Carl Johnson's going to just pounce on that. He's going to go deep, and now the McLaren's going to fight. This is a great view from the rear wing of Kefford, and gets back through. Had him, he didn't have him, then he had him again.
Yeah, Kefford would be hoping these two keep going on like that for a bit longer. So he just bought himself about, what, a second. Although they're probably going to come together as they approach the hairpin once again. But yeah, there was just a slice opportunity there for Johnson. But just couldn't park the car on the apex on the way out and just allowed McIntosh to come back. So pretty good heads up driving there for McIntosh. He just lost the car a little bit, but didn't end up costing him in the end.
Don't know what I've just sniffed, but I'm going to sneeze again. Oh, Jesus. Well, let's watch this replay back. This is between 3 cars battling for P2 in the Pro-Am class. We've got Carl Johnson, makes a great move. Just a nice switchback for 375. Carl didn't really make a mistake there. He just had a compromised line through the corner, which wasn't the most paciest of exits, and that's what you wrote.
Yeah, you can just see Mac just very lucky. Caught the inside curb too much on the way in and just unsettled the car and just gave Johnson the opportunity. But as you said, Johnson compromised on the line in and just couldn't park the car and block the return, as Johnson now has to let P2 through.
Does it nice and early. If I sneeze once more, I swear to God. So now Johnson, what he want to be doing here is trying to stay on the back of Raschuti as much and as close as he can to try and take advantage of these cars leading through Raschuti's Honda. But obviously Raschuti is very quick. He's having a great race, so it'll be a hard man to stay on the back of. As the sun comes over the crest of turn 1, looks great. They do gliding very well in this game. Oh no! He loses the car! That's P2! Did they collide?
No, I think he just got away with it, but has parked the car, and that has given up P3, I think, in the class. So, poor old McIntosh. Yeah, he's just got out of shape, as you saw. And luckily just avoided Raschuti, who would have been absolutely shitting himself, wondering which way that car was going to go. Yeah. So that takes the pressure off Kefford.
I don't think anything untoward happened there, so let's just watch this replay. Yeah, oh, a little bit of grass. Oversteers, understeers, oversteers. Snap. Yep, they didn't collide. pretty gutting there for McIntosh and the Swanee D team.
I would love to see what the actual gap was when that Honda went past, because I don't think there was going to be a lot in it.
Millimeters. So Baldwin commanding lead now. 16 minutes to go. Another yellow flag. 375 car again. What have they done?
Although Mullock, Baldwin has now only got 11 seconds to P2. And P2's had to get through that traffic. So we'll just keep an eye on that. There's 15 minutes to go. Is there a potential late change to this story?
No, I don't think so. I think they got their pressures right this time, and last lap, even though it's pretty much of an indicator with the traffic that Brashuti had, they were second apart. We'll keep an eye on it. So what, say 11.1 now? Let's just check back in a couple of laps. It just shows you the story of the tape. The 964 car, currently 8th position. They started this race in P1 and they're currently just been lapped by P1. So it happens. A bit of contact, move down the order. I think they picked up a drive-through or maybe a penalty for some type of track infringement. And yeah, they're still in the top 10. Can't be too disappointed. And maybe a sneaky error in the pits by one of the drivers. We won't be naming names, Ryan Houlihan, but it happened.
Oh, look at this potential issue that's going to come up for our race leaders getting through this gaggle of lap traffic. Oh, look at that, just unlapping himself as well is Dan Hunter. So that's potentially going to cause an issue for Jake Baldwin if he catches up to Hunter again. So Hunter is going fairly hard at this. And I wonder if Baldwin's just trying to conserve it. But that gap is now 8.8 seconds. So it is coming down.
What's going on there? Is there another issue with tyres, or is it traffic, or... Very, very interesting. Yeah, watch this, Franco. You are dead set right. Look at this. How have they not collided? Oh, that is insane.
Always suggested that sim racing is sometimes a game of inches, and that is absolutely proven the case there. I thought that was close.
Oh, sorry.
They touched Martin.
They have touched. That is proof there that there was contact. Oh dear. But I just want to show you. They've got back on track. There must be something majorly wrong with this car, because that happened the corner afterwards.
There is now. That car has...
And they did it again.
Yep. I think that's...
So,
Yep. That's going to be sadness. Meanwhile, gap in front, 7 seconds flat.
130.4 for Jake Baldwin last lap. Is this traffic, or is this... There has to be traffic. It's one of the slower times in the top 10. This lap was, though, a 28.8. That's a lot better. So I think traffic is having a bit of play here. Rashuti last lap, 1 second quicker, 27.9. Is it on for young and old?
Oliver Shoesmith's just picked up a 10-second penalty. So that's going to bring Hobbs and Hunter into play for his spot.
We need an AWS striking chart. How many laps till an overtake? I do like that chart. It's throwing darts at a dartboard, but not as much as the tyre graphic does.
Shooty really needs the traffic in front of him to play nice as we wait for the latest update. And it's gone down again. It's now 6.8. Is it enough though?
Oh, this is going to hurt him again. They've got to come together. This may help. There's contact. He's around. Late drama here at Donington Park. He's going to reverse. There's P2. B2's through. They're up to P1. Oh no. We saw late drama at not Laguna Seca, and now we've seen it again.
And just like that, Baldwin out of the lead of the race.
Not like that. Not like that, fam. So stay out of trouble, have a bit of luck on your side, and just before you know it, the Honda of Michael Young and Stefano Rasciuti lead this race here at Donington Park for round 2. Can we see Jake Baldwin make a comeback? Where's that timing?
He's going to be carrying damage. 6.7 now.
Yeah.
As we said, do not count anything out until the race is over. We saw it at Laguna Seca, and we've seen it here. Absolute heartbreak for the Ferrari team of Baldwin and Makita.
As you said, we're going to see a little bit of damage on this car. Not a huge amount of damage, but enough to be quite frustratingly annoying. But the damage is done by track position and race position, and nothing you can do will get that back. But I'm fairly sure if you're a blue flag car and it's towards the last 15 minutes of the race, please be aware of any potential battles coming your way from leaders. Don't be that car that gets in the way. It's not their fault that you're being lapped, so just be aware. So what did you say? 6.7 was the last sector difference. It'll probably extend. No, 3/10. Well, that sun is right at turn 1.
But have a look at the traffic that Baldwin's got to negotiate though. That's the difference now. With 8 minutes to go. Rasciuti, what's car 90? On track, looks like not far away from clearing and then having a little bit of a gap, so unless something befalls Rasciuti as well, definitely in the box seat in this last 8 minutes.
Cursed. What car number was it that happened Laguna Seca? Do we believe it was 964 or was it 51? I swear it was 964 because 51 ended up getting the win.
Yeah, 51 got the win after getting taken out earlier, and then 964, I think you're right, got caught up in an incident a couple of minutes towards the end of the race. So I think the key we've learned here in this series is don't be leading the race with a handful of minutes to go.
Yeah, don't be good. Now another little interesting fact and little tidbit here. The cars ahead of Jakey Baldwin battling for the second in Pro-Am class. Now we saw several laps ago Carl Johnson very aware and let through Rasciuti without a problem, and very early, as I just mentioned. No doubt he's fully aware that P2 is behind him again, but here's a chance, if you're Carl Johnson, to let him through at a good spot and tuck in behind and try and do the sneaky.
Yeah, if you're Johnson, you want to let them through at the best opportunity for you and for the guys behind to get past you as quickly as possible, and then tuck in right under that rear wing, hopefully drag you up to Kefford.
So what's good, what's been good at least, is we had a different car on pole. We've currently got a different car with the fastest lap of the race. We've currently got a different car leading the pro class. You've got to be in it to win it.
I ask you a question, Malik? When was the last time one Honda won an endurance of any length?
I am not
And
sure.
when was the last time Honda won a race in OOR?
Thursday night.
Oh,
You picked a bad round to ask that. But endurance-wise, it hasn't won a race. So yeah, 48 hours ago, it picked up a win. But it's not over yet, Franco. We've seen a lot of late drama and disasters. You don't want to curse them early, even though it's late. It's still a curse. But yeah, 8 seconds up the road.
Rashudi's cleared the traffic. Sorry, Malik.
That's all right, mate.
Yeah, it's just got in a little bit of a sweet spot. It's only got one car between itself and probably nearly a sector of track. So Rashudi's done all the hard work getting through the traffic. Now and enjoy the benefits.
Did it win at Bathurst, did it? Damn, I could never remember Philippa being in a Honda. Didn't actually drive that. Pretty sure that was one in a Bentley or a Merc or something. There we go, Willie saying... Yeah, I could have sworn I didn't see a Honda win that. But take nothing away from Car 90. They've been stellar today. Stefano Rasciuti, Michael Young. In the pretty pink Honda. Gaggle of cars behind.
So you always say in endurance racing, you spend the first 90% of the race buying yourself a ticket to the end. They have certainly done that tonight. And look what that got them. It's got them a potential win in round 2.
Simon Bauer, I think he drives Honda. Did you get a win in our endurance series last time around in the Honda? Simon loves that thing. Much does Michael Young. Can't get him out of it. But still, this result here for car 51 will extend. Well, not quite extend, but they'll put their cementing feet well into the top step here for the championship. As Carl Johnson sends it on the blue flag Harold Linton wheels. So it just shows you maybe there is a bit of damage here because he just can't get past the blue flag cars ahead. And now the Nissan's putting pressure on, trying to get past. Just maybe a bit of a Q in the rack. There you go, 9-second lead now to Stefano. There's to lose.
Maybe we should make the 3 hours of these endurance races always the last 5 minutes. And then something will happen, like all the time.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying Honda hasn't won sprint. I'm saying Honda hasn't won endurance. It's definitely won races in OOR. Definitely. I just think Franco might have missed Thursday.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see these races, so that's on me. Certainly can't remember it winning an enduro for a while though.
You love to see it.
Especially when I think it's the only Honda in the field, isn't it?
Yep. Only Honda out there.
The car in the background there that's just gone exit stage right, got it back on track. That's Will's. Luckily enough, plenty of runoff where it went.
So fastest lap points so far will go to 218 car. I don't really see that changing if I'm being honest. That's 126.5. So they'll pick up a few bonus points. Pole position bonus points will go to the 964 car. They're currently 8th. But the big prize, the W, the chocolates. We've got... Whoa, we're going to squeeze another lap in. This will be the penultimate lap. Could you do a race in ACC where the drivers didn't know how long it would be Like he just kept adding a random amount of time each time it got close to finishing? Nah, unfortunately not.
That'd be amazing. Like you just hook it up to a wheel, and you spin it, and it just gives you how many minutes to go.
You could pick a few random settings before you get into the lobby.
Remember the old arcade races with time extension?
Time
Bit like that.
extension, yeah. Good old Sega Rally, mate.
I was always a Daytona man.
Yeah, Daytona was alright. But most times you get to those machines, they were slogged out. They were sloppy, they were stuffed, they smelt, they were old. Then you play Daytona and they were horrible. Another blue flag pen. Another blue flag pen. A lot of that going on. Jake Baldwin, 12.2. So, Q's in the rack. Stefano he's going to come around this corner for the second last time to start the final lap of the race. And I think this team is going to have to change their team name, to be honest. You can't be so for King slow and win a race in pro class.
Maybe they're not referring to the car or the team.
Maybe not.
Maybe just personality-wise.
Maybe they are. That was for the collision with Baldwin. I missed that.
No, that was the lap traffic one that cost them the lead.
Ah, the blue flag penalty. Yep, that's fair. That's fair. Daniel Hunter has picked up a 10-second penalty for 964. They've already had a race to probably forget. They won't drop down another position at this stage.
No, but it's going to be very close on Hunter on whether or not he can maintain the gap to Shoesmith. So Shoesmith will be probably trying to punch in a fast lap on this last one. So it's going to be very tight. Hobbs should definitely get P6.
It won't matter for Hunter because he's got a 10-second penalty as well.
Hunter does have the pen as well. Apologies. But Vanderlei definitely out of it. 13 seconds adrift. He will not get an extra spot.
So here we go. Stefano Rasciuti and Michael Young are going to pick up the win here at Donington for round 2 into the Honda. Sofa King Slow are anything but and get the win. Great work, team. Great performance though by Nomi Squadra. Why do you pick names like this and make me sound stupid? Car 51, Jake Baldwin, Philippa Bakita picking up P2, starting the race in P2. Corey Sweet and Benny Floyd are going to get P3 here for the 97 car, the Kaizen Motorsport. 9-6 Racing. You assholes. Well done, guys. I'm not sure where they started, but I don't think it was in the top 4.
No, they're definitely knocking on the door of the top 4 for a lot of that race early on. They
Well done.
did well in the pit window.
Jeremy Washington and Zachary Smith are going to pick up P4 for Odyssey Racing Red. They were the car that had a tiny little moment with 964, causing them to go off track. Picked up a penalty. Great fight back though. Well done to Ryan Borg and Ali Kyrudin. 420, going to finish 5th. Betty Motorsport Red. Let's go to P11. Alpha Venturi Blue. Pro-Am win. Warntide Tribe are going to pick up P2. They held on 6/10 from Carl Johnson in the 52 car, who's out there doing victory laps. Car 28, Zach Malloy. Can't see the team name now thanks to this game. They're going to pick up the AM win. Oh, that triggers me so badly. Let's go to the timetable. This one there. So yeah, Zach Malloy and Tim Brook. Tim Brook on AP Endurance debut, picking up the AM class win in car 28. Bartlett and Blitz, P2 and AM class. Wood and Cranich. We had 44 starts. Looks like the 130 car had a duplication issue. Maybe a couple did actually. So 515, 516, 18, 17. What's happened to 130? DSQ.
Yeah, they're the team that we had to boot straight out of the pits as the car was parked in the
No, they're
track.
not. That's actually, they got disqualified across the line. Look at that. 515 car was the car that got desynced. So I think the 130 car finished. Or it'll be up in the top 10. So they'll have to fix that afterwards. That sucks. And it's awfully frustrating. So the Pro-Am class, you can see there, a lot in the field. And AM class got 6 teams tonight. But yeah, another great race. Next month we're off to Hungaroring, but in 6 hours' time we're off to Europe first to do Donington round 2. That was good fun. Thanks for joining me tonight, Franco.
No worries, thank you.
We got there in the end. We can go sleep now, and I'm going to go find that voodoo doll that's been stabbed several times.
Yeah, I think you need a good night's sleep, mate.
Yes. Anyway, thanks for joining us tonight. I hope you've all had fun. If you're out there racing, I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. As I said, we'll be back in 6 hours' time for Europe round 2. Next week, we're off to Mount Panorama for our sprint series. Plenty of seats left. If you're in Europe, North America, want to get involved, sign up, get on Discord. Anyway, take care. We'll see you next time, and say hello to your mother for me.